Doop doop doo da boop doop da boop doo. Boop da doop da doop da doo boop doo. Boop da doop doo boo. Do boo doo doo boo doo doo boop da doo. Oh, thank you for following, Aria 242. I am Fish. Hello, how goes it? I can't believe I've been playing this game for so long. I genuinely can't believe they announced it. Oh, hey, Aruka. I had my tab open, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Who's talking to me? Sorry, Rue. I know, in the week since I've last played this, Owlcat announced another Warhammer 40K game. This time it's Dark Heresy, which is the other, tabletop RPG for Warhammer 40K. I don't do follow-backs, sorry to tell ya. Very interesting. Oh, me getting ready to go live. I assumed you wouldn't have opened my Twitch page unless you wanted to watch this. I know, so Rogue Trader is all about being a Rogue Trader. It's kind of the lightest that 40k ever gets, because it has rules set up for you to even play as Xenos, if you really want to, and it takes place slightly outside of the Imperium, though you still have, like, Imperial rules set up a lot. Dark Heresy is meant to be as horrific and dark as the rest of 40k is, because you work for the Inquisitorius, which is, you know anything about 40k, you know, not fun. I don't know the full details of what they're planning on the story there. Maybe they'll let you be the Inquisitor yourself, and you can make some decisions. Or if you're just working for an Inquisitor, with the way Owlcat does things, they'll probably have you play as the Inquisitor yourself, and everyone else is part of your... Henrix doesn't want you to call it a retinue, but it's a retinue. They also announced a second season pass, even though this first season pass's DLC isn't all out yet. Alright. High factotum. Enra Stanrock squares his shoulders as you approach, gives you a dazzling smile. Your lordship, would you like to give the order to begin your enchanting meeting with Mistress Kibella? Let us begin. Fabulous. I shall see to all the arrangements. It'll be a short wait, but I assure you, both you and your companion will find this evening unforgettable. Beg your pardon, your lordship. Everything is in place for your special evening. Something has changed in Kibella. As she stands next to you, you take in her posture, her movements, her gestures. Every detail in her appearance is different in some way. She's chosen to forgo the The hell was that? She has chosen to forgo the regalia of the blood-spun web. On this occasion, neither does she emanate an aura of frightening lethality. She casts an eye over the space prepared for you, then glances at the Master of Ceremonies. With a languid drawl, she says... Okay, you're very clearly not listening to me. I don't do follow-backs on Twitter. If you want to come in here and enjoy the content, you're welcome to follow me. If you're only looking for Twitter clout, I'm just gonna have to ask you to leave rather than keep, you know, disturbing. So, unfollow me if you have to on Twitter, but I want nothing to do with the follow-back nonsense. Especially since I'm quite concerned you could be a bot. The only bots I interact with are robot-themed VTubers. I think Ruka counts as that. The languid drawl, she says, I must give credit to your subjects, Dominangath. Their eagerness to satisfy your wishes is enough to melt one's heart. Master of Ceremonies adjusts his attire and gives you both a ridiculous smile. seemingly hypnotized by the sound of Cabella's voice. Anything to please his lordship and his lovely companion. Look at Cabela. Remember Cabela as she was at the first event organized by the High Factotum. Somehow, her former outlandishness has completely vanished. As if she had spent her whole life attending only the most lavish receptions and enjoying the high society of Upper Deck. She even looks like she's actually enjoying all the attention. Yeah, last time she was a real fish out of water. Ngoth has made a very distinct effort to be part of her life, participate in all her rituals. Hell, he'd let her sew his eyes shut at one point. So I think she's just doing this to, reciprocate. Look at the people around you. Servants and junior officers stand at attention. Seems that Cabela's newfound parlor confidence has made a strong impression on them. All eyes are on her, as though she were emitting some form of invisible yet deeply alluring glow. His enthusiasm for social occasions is unexpected, Cabela. My desire to appear among the people in your circle surprises you, Dominant Goth. How so? Does it not please you that I wish to be part of your world, embrace it, surrender to it? I was rather graceless on my first excursion out into the upper class, but that will not happen again. Hear a murmur of adoration from all around you. Simply marvel at the change. Glad you found a way to enjoy the pastimes that are customary to my peers. Killa gives you an affectionate smile. It's the least I could do to thank you for introducing me to it. Leave us. Killa casts one more look at him. At the man. Thank you. You truly have gone above and beyond to impress your lord. The Master of Ceremony seems to have forgotten about your presence entirely as he gives your companion his undivided attention. Why, Mistress Cabela, your praise is the greatest reward. Just stare at him. For humble servants who bask in the radiance of your attention. He bows and scrapes before retreating with an overly courteous expression. Cabela casts you a look. Well then, shall we? See, she didn't forgo all her swords. Good. If someone attempts to assassinate me, I want swords. Now, granted, I do have a lot of guns in here, but I don't trust a single one of them. Cabela could solo my entire armed forces, and that is not a good thing. But it's good that I have her with me, but it's not a good thing for my armed forces. The noise of the hive reaches the balcony is nothing more than a steady hum, like the rumbling of a distant ocean. The beautiful decorations and fine delicacies before you could easily make one forget the rot and suffering that permeate the sprawling city below. Cabela's manners are impeccable. One can only wonder where this artful mastery of social customs came from. She glances at you as she lifts her glass. Nice evening, is it not? I am absolutely delighted. She sips her drink. Last time I failed to grasp the sheer beauty of moving in the highest circles, Dominant Goth. I appreciate you have arranged this evening for me. My second chance. I do hope that my demeanor suits the expectations of your inner circle better this time. I believe it does, yes. I only hope that you genuinely feel comfortable in this role. Comfort was never something I aspired to earn, or was it even taught. It has no bearing on my choice of thread. Appears you have managed to avoid terrifying my subjects with your very presence this time. I am a spinner of the blood-spun web. We know how to tread silently, how to be invisible, how to wear other people's masks. The guises of your subjects are not particularly subtle. Their courtly sheen, too, conceals the faces of predators and killers, does it not? I had little difficulty inventing such a mask for myself. Explain that scene. I don't know, I feel like I understand. And seen? That's a strong word for this. Surprised when I heard you'd voice a desire to make another appearance. The better I understand the world you live in, Dominant Goth, the better a shadow I can be for you. And the finer blade I can be in the hand of the undying one's servant. Will lowers her head and remains motionless for a few moments. When she looks at you again, her eyes are glassy, suggesting that all her thoughts are now turned inward. She resembles an empty shell, governed by a mere fraction of her mind, while the rest of it eludes your sight. You notice that her hand that's lying on the table is not completely still. Her finger, with subtle twitches, is tracing a familiar pattern. Cabela, are you in the labyrinth? She tilts her head to the side. I am searching for answers in the same place where I've always found them. She drops her gaze with an expression that invites no further conversation. The labyrinth was this sort of mental world she was able to take me into. World is a strong word. This ritual, these markings, and she's kind of tracing them with her hand here. Seems she can kind of do that whenever she wants. I needed her to guide me into it. Several long minutes pass. In the suffocating silence, Cabela's aloofness becomes all the more disturbing. Finally, she takes a sip from her glass and says in a suave voice, The hour is getting late. Could you please show me a view of the hive? I would like to see your domain. So, a small tangent about that little, scene there. That's something... that's kind of an art lost to more high-budget games. The art of reusing a very basic animation to mean something else. Now, this was a very, very, very common practice back in the pixel art days of using games. For example, if you wanted to show who was talking, have them jump up before they start. Or, and like, the smarter RPGs would reuse even attack animations to make it look like something else in a cutscene sort of format. And this had just like a pushing your hand out. And normally that doesn't look like much of anything. It could be using an item. But here it looked like reaching my hand up to gentlemanly take her hand and take her to the telescope. You know? That's something I enjoy, working within your limits. I think a lot of really interesting artistic endeavors, especially in video games, are about working within limits. Not just in that, a lot of very beloved, like, internet series show off working within a very limited structure and having to get the most out of your limitations. And I think that's where innovation comes from, and that's where some of the most fascinating content I've ever seen has come from. Alright, rant over. A tangled network of streets and bridges, the main hive, spreads far below. People buzzing about in lit areas seem no larger than gnats at this distance. Oh yeah, that unrelated. Bolt Gun was just straight up free recently, so I own that now. Might play that at some point, we'll see. Bella stares past the balustrade with wide eyes, seemingly mesmerized by the view, by the great, beckoning fall. She leans forward, then clutches the handrail so tightly her knuckles turn white, gasping in wonder. Toward Cabela's elbow without saying anything. I've never... Another stifled gasp, then a laugh. I have never seen such heights before in my life. No distance on the ship comes close to this. I feel like this emptiness might swallow me whole. Cabela turns to you and smiles, this time sincerely. It's beautiful. She reaches out a hand to you and gently touches your cheek, her fingertips sliding down your skin. With you, I feel... different. Nothing like how the tenants say I must. There's so much more to life than my clan's deck. Her gaze goes blank. Discovering it has unraveled my world. I am your blade. I am your shield. And today, here and now, I vow to do whatever it takes to become the perfect weapon in your hands. Waiting is the hardest part? Hardest part of what? What are you waiting on, Bathwater? Already I am changing, Dominangoth. She looks at you with burning eyes. Tell me, does this Cabela please you? I will accept you return to Big Boss. Well, you can ask him. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll accept you regardless of whom you decide to be. No one can make that decision for you. She lowers her head. So strange to hear the Daemon give me a choice. And yet I fear that such a choice might burden my soul too heavily in his eyes. I love you. Aww. Cabela looks at you closely. Instead of speaking, she clings to you and gives you a long, breathtaking kiss filled with sincere warmth. Eventually she pulls away, she gingerly touches your cheek with her fingers. Stay with me tonight. With the whole palace to ourselves. Cabela pulls you to herself. Let's go. I want to leave this stage overlooking a whole world. I want to be alone with you. To be true with you as never before. Don't worry, we're closed. Just cuddling.
Desire is boundless. What can I do to match it? I intend to find out.
The Cabela is such an interesting character. And she actually deals with a lot of themes that I like exploring in my own writing. Primarily those of faith. Like, especially if you take her to Kamarag, she has her faith challenged in a way that she would never experience otherwise. In such a way, she has been made to believe that she has been killed and resurrected several times, which is completely antithetical to her entire religious worldview, that death is final, and only the Undying One is above it. Now, it's a little disappointing that because it's optional, they kind of have to write it so that she gets over it once you're out. Because she doesn't have to be one of the people brought in. And that's disappointing. I think a better choice for that would have been that your entire retinue gets brought with you no matter what when you go to Kamarag. I think that's a much better thing. Force all of the characters to deal with what happens to them there, rather than they have to deal with it while they're there, and then once they're gone, yeah, who cares? Hey, Abelard. Alright, nothing to say, really. Figures. Hey, Heinrichs, how's your friend who betrayed us? Oh, wait, he died already? Oh man, how could that have happened? It's interesting, this game does a really good job of making the Inquisitorius look not just incompetent, but outright obstructionist to the Imperium, which, granted, they're supposed to be. But I wonder if they're going to take a different approach in Dark Heresy, where, especially if you yourself are the Inquisitor and therefore, like, in charge of what is happening. Thing I remembered. Didn't I have a... Am I crazy? I thought for sure. Let's change her armor up at least. With a slightly stronger medium that she can put on. Actually, armor against range attacks is probably a little bit better. That's right, I haven't done it yet. Must believe. Yeah, I think faith is a very interesting thing that, I think, especially in a lot of modern stuff, the idea of faith has kind of been... I hesitate to call it villainized, but that's almost how it feels, you know? Like, antagonists will almost exclusively be, let me rephrase. Very religious or faith-based characters will often be just outright antagonists. Alright, orbital shipyard in place. New contract available? Not new, but stuff I can fulfill if need be. Profit factor for adamantine, no. People for that, no. People for this glove. Maybe. Adamantine for profit factor, I have a lot. Less adamantine than I'd like to. People for provisions, hell no. People for profit factor, possibly. Provisions for promethium, nah, I have so much. Actually, I have so much provisions, maybe. Profit factor for phlogiston, no. Profit factor for xenotech, no. Xenotech for weapons, hell no, I have so much weapons. Chemicals for plasteel, nah. Weapons for provisions, nah. These are all just like, I have way more of the thing that I'm giving up than the thing I'm gaining. Yeah, footfall for that. What's a Temur? Nameless star. Lord has asked, finds some time to discuss the events on Dargonis. Right. And then J on footfall. Let's get to the bridge. While I do want to show off the negatives of faith in my own story, I also want to take a look at a person who has no faith whatsoever. And I don't just mean a person who rejects organized religion, because that's not the same thing. And a person who refuses to believe anything without absolute proof. Anything at all. Even something so basic as believing that their friends will come through for them, because that too is faith. Faith is not just a religious thing. Faith is simply believing something even if you can't prove it, because you have a reason to, even if you don't have a reason to. And faith in your friends is the easiest one to point out. Abelard, let's talk.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention,
Think nothing of it, Psionic
could have been
Inquisitor.
executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Versarians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Versarian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, If I could be more involved in my family's affairs, and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
What do you want? Abelard, tell me plainly.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the rogue trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the Trade Protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Versarian family, and
What's
using my
Versarian?
authority to help elevate it.
That's with a V. Did not realize. I understand your desire. Traditions and old ways must change. I'll allow you to return to Dargonus after the immediate crisis in the Expanse is past. I don't put you in my immediate party too often anyway, even though I hear you're busted as shit as a tank.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper, in service to you.
I can find other seneschals, in theory, but, can't find another head of the Versarian family. This doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Till next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Massive figure of the Malatech Asclepius is frozen before the cogitator in a praying pose. Without raising his head, he addresses you. I salute the ruler of this ship. So you have found your great spirit, Asclepius. I have found a miracle, and the end of my worldly road. I have never seen, never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitude, we are all nothing but the fixed values of an erroneous function. You read the databank recovered from Theodora's cache. Then you said, the incident marked the beginning of Nomos. What did you mean by that? Yes, Nomos, remember. You brought us data sustenance, and it contained a name, Epitaph. We recognized it. No, not like that. In that name, we recognized the name where Nomos originate. The place where Nomos originate. Nomos suddenly falls silent. Symbols race chaotically across the screens of the huge cogitator. You hear an almost human groan come from the depths of the machine. Nomos understand, realize, comprehend themselves. For a moment there is silence, broken only by the moans of the huge machine. And then the cyber gargoyle begins to speak, and with it, the other servitors chosen by Nomos. We've analyzed the data with which you sated us. We have recreated the sequence of events. First, there was Epitaph. It is a world, but it is merely a case, a container, for something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodora and this ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from that world. A gift. A trusted priest in Crimson, one who identified himself as Amarnat, comprehended the gift raised from Epitaph, and from it he created what the databanks list as a tech blight. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. The chorus of servitors sounds genuinely confused, almost desperate. Theodora's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amarnat's mind, the inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract, the dormant blight, the dormant epitaph, what lies hidden in its depths. And between it all, we slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident. Incident. That is what we are. We have no purpose, no history. Nomos just are. Do you know where this epitaph is? That data is gone. Discovered the truth about Nomos. Got an achievement. Yeah. Deleted. Erased. Deliberately, but we cannot trace who did it or why. A tech blight. A gift, but a terrible one. You would call it a weapon. Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately. But we do not know why. How is Amarnat involved in this? He desired knowledge. Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of Epitaph, slaking his thirst. We know it did not bring him happiness. In the footprints of his slaked thirst, fear followed. The blessed Amarnat was involved in the birth of the spirit named Nomos. I do not believe for a moment he could have been frightened by this miracle. It was not us he feared. He did not know us, but only suspected. His mental processes were occupied by the tech blight. That was what he feared. He wanted protection from it. He was scared of his own creation and wanted a way to fight against it. But he didn't think Nomos was related in any way, or even really consider Nomos a priority at the time, even if he knew what Nomos was, which it's implied he might not have known. He had a suspicion, but... Ship was on Epitaph. Amarnat traveled aboard it, investigating the tech blight, and Nomos was born as a result of an incident. Was it possible no one in the crew knew the whole truth? The truth was hidden. Deliberately. Your officer's memories were stolen. All the Cogitators' memory banks were wiped. It took you feeding us the truth, bit by bit, for us to piece it together and understand. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and the power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of the blessed Amarnat himself, and he would never destroy knowledge. Destroy knowledge. Even mind-wiping. The only group I know of that can just fuck with memories whenever they feel like it is... Son of a bitch. Heinrichs, you sick fuck. What? I know it wasn't you specifically, but I'm willing to bet your asshole boss did this shit. The Inquisitorius is the only group that both can and will do that whenever they feel like it. And as the only Inquisitor in the entire Coronis expanse, he's suspect number one. This story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of the sacrilege whose name is the preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power that tried to conceal the truth of its birth. Now about the past, let's talk about the future. You do, in fact, have a purpose, Nomos. Then tell us, what is our purpose? Simply live, comprehending yourself in the world. Life does not need a purpose to justify itself. To simply live. The chorus of servitors dutifully repeat your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. The huge cogitator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Blessed be this spirit. A great path and a great future lie before it. We must assist it on its way. Must take my leave. Cyber Gargoyle's gaze tracks you as you walk away from the cogitator. So well, I'll admit I have a theory what Nomos is, but in terms of the story, I have no real clue as to my character has no reason to suspect what Nomos might actually physically be. The best my character would be able to come up with, and with the information I should, in theory, have at this time, though... Dude, I really don't think you're allowed to do that. Anyway, hey, Cabela.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit.
Alright, nothing new to say. Hey, Juliet.
Elantak?
No, best thing I can think of is that the machine spirit of the ship somehow perhaps fought whatever this tech blight is, and in attempting to adapt to it, became this great thing. Now, is that what I, as a player, think Nomos is? Fuck no. Because I'm almost certain that machine spirits don't really do that. And I'm honestly not sure what the tech blight was, but I, the player, think it's something else. Hey, Ulfar.
Let us raise our cup, Fenrir.
Good to know. How's it going, Cass?
I have enjoyed.
Thanks a bunch. That's Furious. Who are you? A man of indeterminate age bows his head. His robes are spotless. His rigid collar constricts his throat. The unsettling smell of medicine hangs in the air. The man's pale eyes look bleached. Greetings, your lordship. Your chirurgeon Majoris is at your service. Alright, you. Furious examines your face and hands critically, and gives a satisfied nod. No scars. Consequences of your charge through fire have been successfully remedied. Very good. Make note of it in the journal. That'll be all. That's right. Episode 1, I ran through fire because a Sister of Battle said the Emperor would protect me, and then the fire didn't hurt me somehow or anyone behind me, so I'm led to believe the Emperor did in fact protect me. Also, there's a person very close to me who is frequently and accurately using the Emperor's Tarot, which leads me to believe the Emperor is paying attention to what's going on here. Because the Emperor's Tarot is a deck of cards linked to his actual mind. At least a piece of him is watching this shit, and apparently he doesn't seem to mind how I'm going about it, at least not too much. He might have wanted me to kill more aliens. Though, depending on your interpretation of the Emperor, he was either very willing to use them, in the same way he was willing to use anyone, or he was as racist as the Imperium is. Really depends, and I think that is... I did not mean to go back to the bridge, I meant to go to the map. Thank you, loading screen. One day, centuries from now, we'll have a loading bar that's accurate and actually tells you when shit's gonna happen. It's not this day, and I don't know what day it'll be. We're going up to 99% and then very abruptly stopping because it doesn't know, because it's like, it only has one thing left to do, but it's the thing that takes longer than everything else. It gets old. Let's see. Footfall. I have a few things, or the world of Quetzaltemur, where, I think Caligo said something or other. Any other rumors I know the location of? Yeah. I think I should have the stuff to see through this in Omicron. Just need to remember where Omicron is. It could be genuinely fucking anywhere. There it is. Magnetic Storm. I want to say I've gotten the upgrade, so... Alright. We're gonna go the long way, but that's also... Trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator's Sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there's a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered. An unidentified Leviathan had emerged from the roiling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Pray. The void ship crew did everything they could to release their vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers depressurized, and screams of people left alone with the warp spawn made Vox operators go mad as their hair turned gray. Last, the Navigator executed an emergency translation to real space, and with the opening of the escape portal made the unknown aggressor retreat. Took 51 damage. Okay, Janus is at a new stage. Or Janus. Janus? Troubling news has arrived from Janus. Janus? Your Lordship, while digging an irrigation ditch, workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium, subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration. The events that followed were catastrophic. You said it was an obelisk? That immediately makes me think it's from one of the Xenos races we haven't seen around yet. And the one I don't think we can fight. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It is almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches, fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. Observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The Adeptus Mechanicus recommend we fence off the afflicted area. According to their hypothesis, this anomaly is the world's attempt at self-recovery, and therefore should be studied, not interrupted. Exactly is happening there. The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agro-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. You know, this reminds me of one of the funniest things to have happened in Warhammer 40K lore. See, there's a planet that's so inhospitable that the forces of chaos literally died to the wildlife before the Space Marines could get there to help save the place. The wildlife fought it off first, and there's humans living on this planet. I don't recall exactly which planet. Kata I think it might have been the Kata one. Can't remember its full name. Kata-chan? However you spell yeah, I think it was that one. It's really funny, and Kata-chan is a lot of people's favorite human world, and I don't blame them. Are the wretches involved? We do not know. As if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen, appointed by order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Only 100, that's not that many. Permission to advise granted. Wait your proposals. Janus's natural world is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magos Biologus Chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction. I have no doubt they possess some. They always do. See no reason not to let them use them against all this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. The wretches know more about this pestilent growth than we do, something we must quickly rectify. We could capture some of these mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we are dealing with. I could say, purge the tainted region. Magos Biologus are cleared to employ weapons of mass destruction. To give us Janus Warlord. 10 fellowship, 5 weapon skill, and 5 ballistic skill. We're not saying no to some ballistic skill, but fellowship I literally don't use because I use my intelligence stat instead. And weapon skill I don't use because I don't do melee. Set up research outposts. Which actually, this has a cost to it. I have to go with some plasteel. I've got plasteel. Audacity of Janus torpedo launchers. Powerful ones. Isolate the region, start rounding up the wretches. Make them tell us the truth about what's happening. Blessings of the Warp Spider. Whenever it kills an enemy or scores a crit, gain 2 movement points on their next turn. Not very useful. None of these are too useful. Like, the extra ballistic skill could be nice. But given my options, all else being equal, I usually like going with the Adeptus Mechanicus. They're probably my favorite human faction. So yeah. May the Omnissiah be merciful to the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. The scouts who ventured into the heart of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri-complexes. Fortified observation stations were set up in the largest cluster of ruins. Priceless data and artifacts collected there were paid for with the lives of the many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Janus's enraged wilds. And Dark Sage is complete. What else can we do? Could get this pretty good sword. Penalty to death. This doesn't do much for me. Yeah, I think I want this sword. You have a Gamma? Orbital shipyard complete. Then Foulstone can get to work on that thing I want them to do. Blessing of St. Cognatius and security all across the entire expanse. The cost of a lot of stuff. Alright, so complete a colony project of the highest tier. I sure did. Oh, and I finally got a new ruler. I'm so cool. Oh, Falstone.
Lord Captain, the situation on Firestone requires your attention. One of the servants tasked with the Crucible's maintenance has declared publicly that he has been liberated of all worldly concerns. He is none other than the reincarnation of St. Cognatius.
Uh-huh.
There are some extremely questionable reports claiming he has performed miracles. Ordered by a congregation garnered by preaching, he has asked for your lordship's permission to part from Firestone with the Crucible in tow. He may continue St. Cognatius's work, use the relic to transform worlds, ones true to the faith of the Imperium, into lush, splendorous gardens. Goes without saying, such a generous gift to the Corunus Expanse could bring great renown to your lordship, but at a heavy cost. Firestone would turn back into a wasteland, and you would lose the prestige that comes with having charge of such a valuable relic.
What do we know about this so-called St. Cognatius reincarnate?
Tibor Hike, a technomat from Footfall, and now prefers to be called Brother Pure Voice. Unremarkable commoner with no family. Gaunt, unkempt, covered in scabs, working the Crucible. Became obsessed with it from the day it was discovered. Never left his maintenance post, never rested, barely ever slept. Fasting and living off stimulants and condensate from the relic's cooling circuit. Fucking gross. He started having revelations, eventually saw the truth. Or he went completely insane.
Yeah, see the truth is kind of a red flag in the 40K universe. I don't know if you're aware of this.
His sermons are directed at commoners, appealing to them for humility and mercy. God speaks about his former life as a saint, and many of these tales match known legends about Saint Cognatius. No anarchical pronunciations or radical deviations from the creed have been found in his words yet. But to hear the opinions of my advisors.
I have had ample experience with saintly saviors like him in the past. Whatever great cause they proclaim as their mission, they genuinely, naively believe that people really do need them. Round up enough orphans and lepers who would trip over themselves to beg our prophet for salvation, soon forget all about the Crucible and his holy mission. Know a few guilds of professional beggars who would be delighted to offer his services to us.
False prophets in the streets are a common occurrence. Their sermons breed turmoil, riots, and acts of disobedience. The Inquisition recommends that such unstable agents be isolated and quietly removed.
The archenemy's lies take on many guises. The Emperor's miracles are 100-fold stronger. On more than a few occasions, he has bestowed epiphanies upon the faithful, even those of the humblest origin. I myself bear the name of a poor orphan who was granted miraculous powers by his grace. So give me time, and I'll find you the most loyal agents to escort Brother of Pure Voice on his travels. They'll keep him safe if he is pure, or punish him should they sense deceit in his words. I have a feeling that his rebirth is a true wonder. The Undying One does not release the souls that have come to him. This man is either lying or misguided. An experienced spinner will help him see the truth, or repent the deception.
Yeah, it was the reincarnation thing that tripped me up a little. Like, is that a thing we do? I know the Emperor can probably do that if he really wants to, but I think he's still using this incarnation, right? I believe so, yes. Let's see. Could have Heinrich's get rid of the troublemaker. We get St. Cognatius's Ostensorium. When the wearer suffers an attack from a demon or warp damage, inflict burning 8 to all adjacent enemies. Burning effects inflicted by the wearer deal double damage if they target demons or psychers. So fucking useless, and 1 complacency. Care of the Blood-Spun Web. Get Shadow of the Undying One. Light armor. Whenever the wearer dodges or parries an enemy attack, the wearer gains 6 momentum. Wisdom bonus parry and agility bonus dodge against ranged attacks. Oh my god. That'd be busted as hell on Cabela. That's currently in the leading. Execute him publicly. Just a worse version of Heinrich's. Actually, losing complacency, sometimes you want to do that, but I don't think I need to. Make him undergo the trial of purity, which would just be Die trying to prove his holiness, at least so he can stop troubling people. Which would just be lose complacency instead of gaining it. See to it that a delegation of doleful wretches keeps our Saint Cognatius distracted. Consecrated weapons. All void ship weapons deal 10% more damage. That's actually not bad, but I don't fuck with the void ship in general. Reduced in the order of the hammer, forcibly if necessary. It's a worse version of Jace. I like how often your companions are just... You do one of the default options, but without the downside to it. Give the Crucible to him. Gain Emperor's Will Hammer. Very strong power hammer. Target must pass a toughness resistance test with a -10 penalty or become stunned. If the target fails the test, this attack has no cooldown. Yeesh. Profit factor, lose efficiency. Make Argenta to it. I also get Pure Voiced Flame. Plus 15 bonus to all their skills. All of them? Damn. A plus 15 to all skills is... That's really strong. But I'm out of the portion of the game where I might need to do all the skills myself is the thing. And I'm not quite built as a skill monkey either. Profit factor would be nice. Emperor's Will is okay. And that armor for Cabela would be really good. That'd be a lot of momentum gain, and Cabela's almost a tank with how much her dodge and parry are. Actually, she kinda is a tank with her absurd dodge and parry, and this would give her even more. Trust the Prophet to the care of the Bloodspun Web. Let our duty be done. The Undying One is duty. The Undying One is death. The pure-voiced Prophet disappeared in a single night. Found only a strange image of a labyrinth inscribed in his blood on the floor of his chamber. His followers gladly believed that this mysterious sign marked the ascension of Saint Cognatius the Emperor, made the cell a place of worship. Sure, let's go with that. I think actually... Yeah, that's all the stuff you can do for Foulstone for now. You can do other stuff, though. Bunch of crap for security and efficiency. Mechanisms for profit factor. Methium and chemicals for weapons. People and mechanisms for Eye of the Omnissiah. I have to do Archive of the Expanse eventually to get these up. I'll go for this one. Yeah. You have some people and some mechanisms. See, the Eye of the Omnissiah. Efficiency everywhere. That's pretty good, too. Dargonis. Oh yeah, I finally got this. The Familial Power Armor. I thought I'd already gotten this, but I was wrong. The Power Armor has the dodge penalty of medium, but the armor rating that's better than heavy. And I also got people out of that. You must simply have stats over this to do this, and I get a boatload of crap and battle mastery. See, some of the best +2 to the plating of all sectors. Ah. Now you get all sorts of materials, and I just have to have all of these over that, so absolutely do that. Vebus, I got Craven's Bane. It's a two-handed chainsword I don't really care about. Bah. I have to do Penal Battalion to get to any of these, so I suppose I should do it. Security all across the Protectorate ain't bad. Oh, this finished. That's Balstone just completed. Oh yeah. Corruption has infiltrated Veaboo 6 Road, Captain. The cultists of the Final Dawn have agitated the convicts with a full-blown uprising, promising them a chance at escape. Planet's cargo port and guard facilities are now under siege. Fuck. The cultists themselves have not joined the assault. They've scurried into the mines, deep into the tunnels that were infected with Xenos corruption not too long ago. The overseers are reporting tremors. Seems the heretics are trying to clear the cave-ins we used to ward off the subterranean monsters. And they headed that particular area. Fortunately, we do not know the heretics' true objectives. There's nearly a doubt that they are pursuing a sinister and wicked goal, therefore must be stopped. It's the current situation on the surface. The overseers are trapped inside the guard facilities. The convicts are now united by their common hatred for the dynasty and obsessed with the tales of freedom. Advisors? Heretics seek out those who are weak of spirit and entice them with promises of salvation. But such spineless lot lacks the resolve to fight, and will drop their weapons should someone give them reason to fear. The purpose of many tactics in warfare is to sow terror in the enemy ranks. And I know some of these tactics well. Make them quiver like butter, and those weaklings will forget all about their heinous intentions.
Scare the fuck out of them. I like it. I like where your head's at.
Lord Captain, your resources and status allow you to make use of one of the most blunt and affordable tools of all. Mercenaries. These dogs of war will storm the warp itself for the right price. By the overseers with some hired backup, you can consider the crisis resolved.
It is enough to kill a few to make the many lose their footing. Let the spinners bring death to the prominent instigators, and the rest will be intimidated. They will open themselves to an attack.
Okay, Cabela and Ulfar, you guys are on the same wavelength, and I like that. Lose efficiency for a trampled cult banner. Stop the ride immediately. Casualties are of no concern. Enemies targeted by the wearer's psychic abilities, so useless. Summon the spinners, and I get Ghost of Veaboo 6. All allies gain 5% dodge and 3% hit chance. Everyone knows the enemies of the Rogue Trader are extinguished by death itself. Bonus dodge and hit chances for the whole party is real nice. Ulfar, show my people how to instill fear in their enemies. Fiend of Veaboo 6. All allies gain 10 coercion. Not that useful, actually. Whenever an enemy enters a 5-cell radius zone around the Rogue Trader or their allies, it must pass a willpower resistance test with a +5 bonus or become staggered for a turn. 2 or more allies are close enough to trigger this effect, the enemy must pass this resistance test for each of these allies. See, that's an interesting effect. Just force all enemies an RNG test to see if they lose a turn. Anytime they're close to us, that's pretty interesting. Or trade profit factor for Abelard's idea, which would give us their admirable performance in the battles of Veaboo 6. Mercenaries are eager to serve the Rogue Trader. Many among them are seasoned combatants who can man the Void Ship's cannon, which would give me 20% damage on lance weapons. Honestly, summon the spinners. I like the idea of us just dodging and hitting more. The spinners come, for death has whispered the names of the wicked. Servants of the Bloodspun Web launched a series of lightning-fast and silent attacks, stacking the corpses as grim messages. Frightened by the elusive and shadowy assassins, the heretics abandoned their lairs and fled into distant tunnels. The rebellion was decapitated. The leaders of the conspiracy, the cultists of the Final Dawn, were confronted in the mines. It surrounded a strange, dark Xeno obelisk covered with glyphs, trying to awaken it from its slumber. Glyph patterns were similar to those that the mad convicts had drawn before. The monstrous construction contained enough energy to tear the planet apart. By heroically disrupting the cultist plans, the guards caused a malfunction within the terrible machine. Instead of exploding, the obelisk emitted a blistering heat wave, melting itself and turning those around attack. Veaboo 6 had been saved. I have to do Tools of Killing somewhere else, or Xenos Intoxicant. I have Rep with the Drusians. Actually, these don't block one another out, is interesting. So, doing this stuff, I just need Fellowship of the Void rep, which I don't know how much I currently have. Xenos Intoxicant, I don't know where to do that. But it's obviously not in this one, because it says in the Protectorate. This one I need rep with the Drusians. Hello, hey, Green Ghost. Looking for Xenos Intoxicant. Where is that even? Here's Tools of Killing. I'll have to do this at some point. Here's Xenos Intoxicant. Do that later there. Hopefully make a note to myself about it. Alright, Darkonis. Darkonis is crying out for aid, Lord Captain. Riots of the interpretation of scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting with the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the ecclesiarchy clamped down on the planet's minor cults, attempting to force correct adherence to the creed upon the populace. Commoners grumble about the oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim the holy ecclesiarch and assume the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. You got 1,400 save goals in a Roblox game, trying to get 100 more save every till you get on the leaderboard. Green Ghost, I'm afraid you're not exempt from this. Wrong till. I'll point that out in every game I play, I'll point that out in my chat too. Every day? Every day until. The till you're looking for is apostrophe TIL. That's till as in, like, a friggin' cash register. Yes. That is the till. That is what you would call like a cash register as a type of till. Something that, like a tally. It counts the money, the till. You're thinking of short for until, which would be apostrophe TIL, because that's how you spell until. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Scipione hive. I don't know. And the Foreman clan has promised them protection and support. It even said the Foreman supply the malcontents with weapons converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The forces and the agents of the ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the malcontents so far. Division grows wider by the day. The Foreman involved in this as well. A great question, Lord Captain. This group does come up in the reports from the capital world rather often. I assume this is due to the fact that in their now ruined home, Scipione, I think, they used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there used to teach the Scipians the importance of hard work and of the labor collective's familial unity, but seldom the importance of order and hierarchy. They offered the congregational form of faith that was as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes. Now they seem to think the priests, who wallow in luxury, want to take this away from them. I reason to believe the disturbances are inspired by heretics. Thankfully, no, your lordship. The rabble-rousers zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of the planetary guard with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attend prayer service. Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers, discovered 2 large, successfully operating cells. Our agents are quite confident the likelihood of them harboring agents of the cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than in other segments of the population. Okay, so we're not worried about that. We worried the ecclesiarchy might actually be overstepping bounds here in some way. That is a concern. I'd like to hear what my advisors have to say. Small deviances in the creed beget large ones, and large ones beget heresy. Our faith is founded upon absolute trust in those above us. If these people's beliefs push them toward dissent, then those beliefs have been wicked from the very beginning. That does not necessarily make the preachers themselves wicked. Perhaps simply misguided. But pass them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education so they may see the truth. Also guarantee their flock's obedience. Janine, perhaps you should stop allowing the fat cardinals and their servants to do whatever they want to your people. Rein them in. Faith in the Exalted One is not contained within ranks and titles, but within the hearts and hands of the common people. And even this can take many forms as well.
Let those who shoulder the welfare of Dargonus at least choose in which manner they pray to him. Take the minor cults under your protection. Those who wish to worship him in their own way must prove their right to do so. The only help that would be proper in this situation is to provide instruction. Send one of the spinners to show how they can defend themselves. They'll either take up arms to protect their faith or bow down. An interesting idea. Let's look here. I could detain the preachers. That would give me security, Drusian rep, which I actually do desperately want. Book of Minor Prayers. Cannot use psychic or navigator powers. It's a 150% chance to ignore damage from psychic and navigator powers. Fuck you mean 115? Your lore wow. You put this on me and I'd literally be immune to psychic stuff. Although, granted, enemies rarely do, like, psychic attacks and debuffs. That is not a common thing, so... Send a spinner to Dargonus, bearing guidance. Let's see how firm they are in their belief. Give us some security and Grace of Death. All allies get critical hit chance equal to 10% of their awareness. Or 1/10 of their awareness % crit chance. Everyone has high awareness, so that's actually pretty good. I think I've been putting awareness on everyone, like... Even at minimum, a 3% crit chance would be nice. Newfound Death Cultists on Dargonus offer nightly prayers to the Undying One to guide the Rogue Trader's hand in battle. It's apparently working. Minor cults are hereby under my protection. Gain Complacency, Fellowship of the Void thing, Patron of Cults, and I get Lore Imperium for that. Man, it sucks that I really want Drusian and Void thing. Because I'm picking this one. Now they are the makers of their own future. Spinner's instructions fell on fertile ground. Congregations of the sects rallied and began to smash the gathering places of their saintly prosecutors. Fear forced the priests to cease repressions. Before long, new doctrines similar in philosophy to the Bloodspun Web began to grow among the minor cults. The agents of the Ecclesiarchy, having been reminded who truly rules Dargonus, have grown quiet. Instead tried to win the schismatics' trust without further saber-rattling by promising labor concessions for those who would abandon the minor cults and renounce the schismatic teachings. That's just what you get for being assholes about it. Let's see. Schola Progenium. New entry in the Annals of Dargonus. Fate of millions of orphans whose parents fell in the fire that gripped the expanse. Means I can't get these. Trade provisions and weapons for Loyalist Garb. 50% light armor. Whereas not moved during their turn, their cover efficiency is increased by 20% per round. Where it moves at least 3 cells per turn, they gain 20% dodge per round. 20% dodge against range attacks, that's really good light armor. Lose 5 profit factor, gain 3 efficiency and security everywhere, and 21 people. Society, I'd get boatload of Imperial Navy. Other stuff. I have to give up mechanisms, which I'm very thankful for. A Drakari weapon I don't want. Secret Lair to do this. Give me Kazbalika rep. Echo of Victory. Attacks any target in a 5-cell radius around them with a ranged weapon. Deals more damage. I'll go with Schola Progenium for absurd number of people, frankly. There was a malfunction in the engineering chamber during the warp journey. Accelerator cogitators stopped obeying the tech priests. For a few precious moments, the ancient machines were left to their own devices. Crew managed to avoid serious breakdowns or accidents. Several acolytes of the cult Mechanicus were turned into servitors as penance. Hence, the bosun gave out several triple watches to the voidsmen who dredged up the old rumors about the cursed ship. And the Immaterium released us. Duty officer reporting in... yeah. Alright, Janus. We're just blasting through these. Lordship, Janus is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself is turned against us. What do we know about these wraiths? Not much.
They're incorporeal and difficult to discern. They happen to have Eldari features. Spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects. But it seems they do not hunt consciously. Rather, they simply do not notice anything in their way. At dawn, they dissolve into mist. The race also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars in the night sky. Spawning these wraiths is at the corrupted sector? It is likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all living things, then disperse into thousands of fading flashes. Agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of that dance fall into disrepair. Logic test. Something's not right. The wraiths appear on the planet's outskirts, rush toward the heart of the contaminated region, instead of invading from within it. Furthermore, their differences may suggest there are two groups of wraiths opposing each other. What think my advisors? When dealing with Xenos, one should be prepared for the manifestation of all sorts of ominous mysteries. There's a whole cast of specialists among the cold traders who use rituals to expel spirits from Xeno artifacts. As we should ask these Xeno whisperers? Instead of relying on wicked ways to solve these problems, it would be better to turn to our good priests. The skilled exorcists in the ecclesiarchy who know how to drive out dark spirits. Lose profit factor to get Spirit Drape. Whereas non-attack psychic power, worthless. Invite the esteemed specialist to Janus. Lose complacency, gain Mysterious Sliver. Where the wearer uses a major psychic power that gains 6... Both worthless. They're both making me give up shit. For something I don't want. Psychic powers are not good in this game. Really? Iliad has nothing to say? Fine, then... Xeno Whispers. Like, actually, give up complacency first. Group of haggard priests, dressed in holy robes and accompanied by a retinue of repentant flagellants, arrived on Janus. Armed with scriptures and lasguns, they led their flock into battle against the inhuman wraiths. Wraiths did not disappear completely after the battle. They've started to appear less often and avoid human settlements. Yeah, and I also got this cool sword. I have to do Great Fire to get into these eventually. And I get Master of Flame. All eyes deal 10% damage with melt and plasma weapons. That's fine. Lord Captain, there has been an active sabotage on Kiava Gamma. Cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet, cultivated a pack of schismaticals in the barrels of the manufactorums, and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden we almost lost all the workshops, but we had help. Some entities, already being called Data Angels, have invaded the cogitational network, seized the cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of the schismaticals. There is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet. The noosphere of the world is boiling. Fortunately, we received information about the impending attack at the last moment. Signal was intercepted in the warp by Cubus Delphim's machine. How the cultists infiltrate my world. This was a part of a coordinated attack that hit the entire expanse. Heretics must have been preparing for a long time. Thanks to the fact the planet had been thoroughly purged of the corrupting influence of Cubus Delphim, Cult now has nowhere to hide and no collaborators on the planet. We've utterly failed to compromise our world's defenses. We know about these Data Angels. Not much. They're machine spirits, being born from the art of data smithing. Charge into battle chanting the same binary mantra that the participants of Procedure OC chanted. There are not many nodes where they can reside. Perhaps because we destroyed the cells used in Procedure Zero C. Quite beneficial to us should we choose to refuse the aid of these strange creatures. Opinions of my officers? The manufactorums of Kiava Gamma are equipped with backup cogitators to ensure the continuity of production in an emergency. The severity of the situation authorizes the disruption of the service algorithms, and I am prepared to sanction a ritual that will allow the Data Angels of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitators' computing power to combat these wicked spirits. So... Pascal do this, 100% chance, and I get Blessing of the Data Angels. All eyes gain 5 perception, 10% armor pen. May metal never betray the master whose deeds please the Omnissiah. Cabela, blow him up. Let the righteous warriors of Kiava Gamma exterminate all the data spirits, and I get Terror of Kiava Gamma. Chain creatures, Necron creatures, and creatures with a Reject the Flesh feature deal 10% less damage. Honestly, Perception and armor pen seems a little better. Pascal?
The request to perform the sacrament is accepted and will be fulfilled immediately. Having gained access to the cogitational reserves, and after being infused with power, the Data Angels charged at the Schismaticals. The hordes of Data Spirits were tech exercised and exterminated, the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. Tech Priests gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm from severe disruption. After banishing the Schismaticals, the Data Angels withdrew into hiding inside the cogitational networks, leaving the servants of the Omnissiah to guess at who or what these beings were. Yeah, tools of killing. Need to do that here.
Terrible news from Darkonis, your lordship. Your vigilant servants have discovered an abscess of treachery on our capital world, one that has grown far too large and could erupt at any moment. God damn it, does everyone have to be treacherous? Informants report that a group known as the Foreman Clan is actually a cover for a horrendous cult of genetic aberrations. Currently have their people in every echelon of the hive. They traitors the purity of humanity, traitors the creed, rebels and heretics. Apparently, their unholy sermons speak of the 3 sorrowful phalanges of a finger pointing the way to retribution and unity. The fuck does that mean? The fuck if I know?
What exactly did my people find out?
One tenacious clerk from the Administratum questioned the authenticity of the reports coming from the ruins of Scipione 84249. He personally observed the debris removal and entered the lower levels of the fallen hive. They discovered signs that proved Scipione had been infected by the gene plague. Thousands of corpses of the extra-armed abominations had been buried in a mass grave. They also found the remains of Achilles Scalander's people. Seems they had noticed the signs of corruption. The traitors, aiming to cover up their crimes, buried their misdeeds under the ruins of the hive. On the way back, the clerk's transport was destroyed, but he miraculously managed to survive. Now the heretics think they have covered their tracks once more, so they continue their plots, oblivious and unprepared for our attacks.
What is this mutant plague?
Horrendous distortion of the human form. Seems they spread their poison by biting inside. Oh, yeah. Astropathic Choir Master Dargonis suggested the cult may be behind the extermination of the psychos of the planet, since the ghost of powerful consciousness of some sort. Sanctioned psychos we've gathered on Dargonis are prepared for the psychic engagement. They're disciplined, powerful, fearless, and remain unwavering against the blows of our sinister enemy.
They look like the ones on my ship, the same cursed brood?
I'm afraid so, your lordship. The descriptions from Dargonis are quite similar to what we have witnessed ourselves. Same deformities, the same underhanded tactics. Either they are akin to our aberrations, or they are another branch stemming from the same foul root.
Foreman Clan is a cover for this disgusting cult?
Indeed. They probably began by recruiting workers. It's easy to blend in with the labouring riffraff. Posing as a union of technomats are able to conceal their secret operations and infiltration into the upper echelons of power. Each new crisis allowed them to gain more of our trust and resources. Most despicable of all is that they have perverted our faith, revere the God Emperor in the form of a 4-armed monstrosity. Their prayers are full of hatred toward those in power, promises of a reckoning when their dreadful deity will come and equate them with their oppressors. With us, that is. Many fools and troublemakers have fallen for their lies. Living in the secluded labour settlements of the ruined Scipione, they could act with impunity, but at least it prevented them from infecting the hives as severely as they could have done. The death cults that had sprung up through the intercessions of the blood-spun web had gotten wind of the trouble, sent quite a few misguided parishioners to the Undying One, depriving the heretics of some recruits.
Good, good. What forces do they have at their disposal?
The heretics mostly consist of workers. Some have infiltrated the Guard as well. Their weapons are primarily made from repurposed industrial machinery. Cultists are fearless and readily sacrifice themselves for the sake of their common goal. Worst part is their psychic threat. They cannot even begin to gauge it. Some of the engine vandals could be infected by this plague, but most of them are more likely to come to our aid. They're too used to eating out of your lordship's hand to bite it. We have to act. Absolute right. It's impossible to negotiate with the degenerates. The only option is to completely annihilate them. Start from the top. We attack decisively and quickly. We show our hand by bringing assault vehicles into the capital and gain an advantage in firepower. We quietly eliminate their leaders and rain destruction upon the infected territories and cleanse them of traitors. Ngoth, raise the people to battle and publicly proclaim war. Tell the people that the heretics are hiding among them, and the millions of loyal subjects will grind the thousands of traitors to dust. May Dargonis cleanse itself of this filth. The cleansing should be thorough. A good few wrecks of dead ships will linger in orbit after the day the Xenoscum attacked your world. Command your fleet to pick them up and send them plummeting toward the nest of this spawn trying to encroach on your domain. The miniature exterminatus is your idea, Ulfar. Do not hate it. Since all of them are linked by a common will, start by launching our attack there. The Ostropathic Choir could drown out the voice of the Brood, could be able to launch a sudden strike and act quickly enough before the enemy could restore cohesion, alert their forces to the assault. Let's see, Cassia can 100% get Argentas, right? As the people, we have an enemy in our midst. Should come to the aid of the enforcers, who will be attacking in full force. Heinrichs, prepare a plan for psychic attack. After that, we shall launch a surprise assault on the cult's thing. This has a less chance of working. Awareness. Make this quick and quiet. Demolition. I like Ulfar's plan. Do as the Emperor's Angel said. Let us crush the infected sectors from orbit. I really like Ulfar's idea because it's really funny. And it's guaranteed to work. Yeah, do Ulfar's idea. Oh, I would enjoy seeing the carcasses of the spacecraft burn in the atmosphere and come crashing down on the heads of these miserable heretics. The wreckage ships came crashing down in great flames. An impressive demonstration of the strength and power of the Rogue Trader, who had turned the very sky against his enemies. The main forces of the cult were thankfully gathered at the Scipione labor settlements, where the extermination process caused low collateral damage. Raging fires incinerated the shrines of the heretics, and the enforcers, following behind the searing wall, finished the job in a quick and bloody fashion. Only one thing filled the Rogue Trader's servants with unease. Inside the cult's main temple, they found the den of some grotesquely enormous monster. It was empty. They did not find the beast. If the Emperor had been merciful to Dargonus, the monster would surely have perished in the fires that had engulfed the hives during that cycle. Tainted Phylactery. Wielder gains massive crit chance against Xenos. A third of your lore Xenos. Yeah, that's fucking massive. Whatever it is, it might still be fucking out there. I have all this stuff, and... oh my god, red warp roots always become orange is interesting. And I do want that, Navy rep, so... now, what are you guys up to here? Profit factor and security in exchange for people. Our security is here. A lot more than 10. Giving up profit... essentially, I'm only giving up profit factor for it. It's a lot of people, but I don't think I need people anymore, so I don't feel the need to do that. Like, I have 91. It's fucking a lot. This... I'm out of phlogiston, actually. There you go, around picking that up at places. Don't really need much for me. Actually, you know what? I could use more promethium, and I have tons of people, so go ahead and do that. This would just give me plasteel and adamantine. Don't feel the need to rush that. Where was I going? There's Omicron, over there. Gain profit factor. Lord Captain, an Ordo Xenos punitive unit, led by Acolyte Lynette Zue, has arrived on Janus. Inquisition forces have already taken control of the Governor's Palace and intend to inquire into the recent anomalies on Janus. Alex, why was I not notified of their arrival in advance? I'm surprised they have informed us of their arrival at all. Demonstrates a semblance of trust. Noted, actually. You know what? it is the Inquisition. How much did the Inquisition sniff out? Initial interrogations have set Lynette Jouet on the track of the wretches toward the anomalous region. The people continue to dig deeper, so to speak. Well, thank you, my officers and advisors. Cooperating with the Inquisition would do us more good than trying to hide the current misfortunes of the colony. Send them a message to keep us informed about the interrogation, as a favor. If only we could throw them a bone and let them find the evidence they want, one that we can get by without. The rest could be concealed away from their inquisitive eyes. Like a sand lizard shedding its tail, sometimes one must cede the battle to win the war. Expulsion? No. Let them do their stuff, honestly. 10 logic, coercion, and persuasion. Don't need that too much, honestly, but I'm not just gonna let them do their job. I'm not hiding any heresy myself. If there's heresy here, it's shit I've sent goddamn nukes to try to stop. Preserve Janus and the Von Valancius dynasty. I'm sure if I pick the heretic option to let them keep doing stuff on Janus, like, early in the game, this would be, like, a much tougher decision, but as it is, like, no, go for it. After Lady Zua had set up her headquarters at the Governor's Palace, began to investigate the situation on Janus. All those feeling guilt for their crimes before the Emperor could only stay silent and pray. During her investigation, Lady Zua was able to establish that the genetic changes in the wretches' bodies were caused by mysterious substances secreted into the water by xeno-obelisks. Ah. These substances did not contaminate the water until recently, as shown by the analysis of the Magos Biologus. The same xeno-obelisks appear to be linked by a chain of energy communications. Also serving as sources of unknown radiation that seem to have caused the outbreak of contaminated growth in the currently uncontrolled sector of the planet. It also seems to be causing the appearance of the mysterious phantoms. According to Lady Zua's theory, maybe some sort of ancient mechanical construction on Janus that has awakened from its slumber. Possible the anomalies occurring on the planet are merely the side effects of the blasphemous machine trying to start itself. No, thank you for informing me. For informing me. Of informing me? Fuck that. Xenos Intoxicant. I need to do this one. Although... Merciful Savior. Every ally is healed for the first time around. Damage dealt by the ally is increased by 8% until the end of combat stacks. I don't have that many healing effects. I'd have to do Captive Xenos. 12 dodge against Xenos. That would have been useful before Kamarag. Now it's a little iffy. Let's do Intoxicant. Get to work. Yeah, I kind of want this, and, yeah, the Exporter's rep is nice, too. Raising the Muses. I think I need to do this, actually, for something else. And this unlocks something elsewhere, so go for it. Why not? Need more profit factor. Artificial object. What's this? All usual noises on the bridge cease when the shadow of a gigantic void ship, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sails past the stained glass windows. Seems forlorn. The hull is tarnished, the lumens are dead, and the windows are broken and shrouded. The Augur crew can't recognize the signature of its silent engines. Well, they manage to shed some light on its decrepit hull and make out the faded name of the cruiser, Queen's Lament. Voxmaster's report breaks the somber silence. Bridge has just received a Voxcast from the dead void ship. Step the signal.
Vigdis conducts a full Vox system check, reports the communications are in order, even though only eerie, unnatural silence can be heard from the Vox. Worried murmurs sweep across the bridge. The officers are certain that this is the void ship of the old ghost stories. Queen's Lament has appeared countless times in all corners of the Imperium. Like a ghost, it manifested out of nowhere, just as mysteriously vanished in the darkness of space, taking with it those who dared to board. Queen's Lament. The rogue traders heard that name before. This void ship was destroyed by Xenos in one of the violent battles for the Expanse over 3 millennia ago. Say its captain was a devout and vengeful man. Then scouts. The shuttle carrying the soldiers docks with the Queen's Lament without impediment. Using the disparate blueprints of other Imperial cruisers, the scouting party sets out to the bridge, following the dark, unpowered corridors that somehow retained oxygen and gravity. The nervous voice of the operator erupts through the Vox. Crew is still on board. But what's this? Blurry silhouettes of people with torn-off limbs, cut open bellies, and twisted faces are materializing and vanishing all around in ghastly flashes. The ghosts promise the unwelcome guests they will stay on the board the Queen's Lament forever. Raising his voice to a shout, the operator reports his comrades are already dead and soon it will be his turn. Augurs are telling a different story. All the scouts are alive and still moving forward. I can do any of these. Pull himself together. Soldiers must be prepared to face even the most terrifying space horrors. Be severely punished if he does not calm down. Probably scared by the strange visions and lost sight of his comrades. An anxious prayer to the Emperor is whispered over the Vox. For a moment, the operator falls silent. Suddenly returns, mumbling excuses about his imagination playing tricks on him. His comrades are still walking ahead of him, alive and well. The void ship looks completely empty again. After a few minutes of silence, a child's cry can be heard through the Vox. Shuddering operator reports that friends and family of the members of the scouting party are blocking the way. Friends and family who've all been taken by death. Soldiers confirm they're not seeing ghosts, but living people made of flesh and bone. Soldiers are begging the rogue trader to let them talk to their loved ones for a moment. No. Proceed under threat of tribunal. Scouting party's disjointed mumbling is replaced by the firm shouts of, "Yes, Lord Captain." Operator reports the deceased are retreating in the darkness, their empty eye sockets lit up with blue, malicious flames. Ooh. Half an hour later, Vox comes to life once more. The operator flatly reports that the scouting party has reached the bridge. Cogitators are broken, so extracting any data from them seems impossible. Scouts have found a strange object in the captain's chair. Can't describe it, only saying that this shouldn't be there. In his usual flat voice devoid of emotion, the operator completes his report. The way to the bridge took 16 hours and 41 minutes. Soldiers are exhausted and would like to rest for some time. Confused, Victus notes that only half an hour has passed outside the Queen's Lament. Retrieve the unknown object, withdraw immediately. Voxcast stops abruptly, and a few minutes later, scouting party's shuttle leaves the Queen's Lament. The void ship itself dissolves in the darkness of space. Shuttle arrives, carrying a single passenger, the operator, clutching a strange parcel. The young man's hair has turned white after the time spent on the cursed vessel, and he's lost the ability to speak. His story and rumors of what happened to the other scouts will live on for many years in hushed whispers across every deck of the rogue trader's void ship. Damn. Sucks to be those guys. Well, I have reserves. Offering up prayers to the machine god, the augur operators turn their blessed optics toward the very epicenter of the raging magnetic storm. In spite of the thick haze of static covering the augur's pick visors, something unexpected appeared. The augur crew have detected signs of life under the planet's surface. There, in the caves, is a man-made complex. According to the ship's archives, this world is uninhabitable and devoid of useful resources. The presence of someone's base seems intriguing. Send a team to explore. The enforcers disembarked next to the suspicious cave. The entrance to the cave turned out to be blocked by a massive plasteel door, once pierced by a melta charge, then shoddily patched up. Within, an ambush awaited your team. Attackers with emaciated bodies pounced from the darkness without warning. The enforcers of the Von Valancius dynasty reacted with lightning speed. Oh, we do. Yep, Argenta got him. 107% chance to work. They walked away from the vicious battle not only victorious, but having captured the enemy commander. Hell yeah, boys. And girls. Boys neutrally, but, you know. Well, a shuttle brought the prisoner aboard the Lord Captain's void ship. Scouts searched the base and found a vast hall, the walls of which were dotted with cryovaults.
All but one were disabled and contained the remains of some prominent people, judging by their clothes. The last cryovault was opened and stood empty. I get some Mechanicus creations. In addition, a curious machine was destroyed during the battle. As further inspection would show, this was the very contraption responsible for creating the magnetic storms blanketing the planet, concealing the cemetery from prying eyes. Its machine spirit extinguished forever, Tech Priest still managed to extract those parts that still held value. 96% chance to interrogate the prisoner, or order Cabela to do it. Cabela, darling. In the hours that followed, the captive became fully aware of how sophisticated and ruthless the blood-spun web can be in its quest for the truth. Like, darling, light of my life in his eternal gaze, could you help me find out what he knows? And by morning, I know. Under torture, the bastard confessed to belonging to the cult of Saint Drusus. He and his brothers and sisters were tasked with guarding this strange cemetery and preventing anyone from entering. He equally could not hide that the unfortunate inhabitants of the cryovaults were killed by his people. Alas, that was his last confession as the harsh interrogation finally took its toll. Damn. Na-na-na. Guarding a death facility, rogue trader discovered cryovaults containing dead bodies. Litoribum maledicta. Unidentified anomaly. Armor 4, Litorium maledictum. Let's check those areas. If I can find them. And I know at least one of those is out of reach still. I don't remember which one. Unidentified anomaly. Way over there. Alright. Janice completed the Xenos Intoxicant. Good job, good job. Could do any of these. Pleasure World, Vivisectionary, or Shelter. A bunch of people I don't need, but Merciful Savior would be very useful. Xenovivisectionist could be useful. I have to give up stuff I kind of need, though. This could be a very powerful sword. Especially on our girl Cabela. His ability is kind of useful, but not very. I think this. Best use of my resources. Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kiava Gamma. Gamma. Fabricator sensor reports they have beheld the eye of the divine. I requested details from your less devout servants, and they clarified that the Inquest Group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binary harmonics and came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. It is connected to the Manufactorum by a maze of communication lines, contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its designation, or I should say its rather menacing name, is Null Caliph. Null Caliph is immersed in sacred astrogational calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. Tech priests connected to it were punished for the intrusion with lethal ejection of their motor force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound with the vows of compliance that would normally restrain machine spirit of such power. This stunningly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. What is this abandoned complex? It's an ancient production facility, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizance fleet. Perhaps the first explorers who came to the Cronus Expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It's possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine its creator's death ended up casting it into oblivion. The catalog contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph Initiative is a project of the fabled Archmagos Opticon 107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Cronus Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the catalog as per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By that same decree, Archmagos Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Prolocutor Supremus. I want to know more about this data loom. What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast. The wisdom and metal of its machine spirit would befit an imperial titan. Well, damn. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity, worshipped on certain planets as great Logos oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah, or demigods. No kind of structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, parts of it extending far throughout Kiava Gamma like void kraken's tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter modified by Cubus Delphim came from. Must have been part of this mechanism. Data angels we encountered earlier were born of its cogitational might. Full of vigor, they soar around its computational aura, which radiates into the noosphere. Response to our presence has been favorable thus far. Any idea what it might be calculating? All we have is a hypothesis, according to which Null Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus. You can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes through the Immaterium without rest or fear of corruption, given the fact that it has no human soul. They claim its power is comparable to that of a Novator of the Navigator House. Apparently, Procedure 0C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. Right now, its calculations are severely hindered due to the weakened state of its computational powers. Assume the termination of Procedure 0C contributed to this. We tried communicating with it? The great calculator seems indifferent to mortals. They expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. We've studied the noospheric remains of the tech priests who dared to reach out to Null Caliph. Their minds contained excerpts from the dictates of Procedure 0C. Traces were brimming with anger. What do my advisors make of this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Caliph bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the Omnissiah's tenets. That the tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Null Caliph were deprived of their motive force is a testament to the might of its data force. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. A Navigator data loom? This abomination makes a mockery of every Navigator house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Caliph must be destroyed post-haste. Let me just send word to the other Navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces and destroy this monstrosity. I don't know about that one. Should have a high chance to do this. Pascal, create this. Cogni Simulacrum EF Ultima Octodecium. Gain 25 logic. Where it gains the Solve Simulacrum ability that costs 3 AP, triggers a logic test for the wielder with a minus 167 penalty. On success, Solve Simulacrum is removed. The Cogni Simulacrum is destroyed. The 25 logic bonus is lost, where it permanently gains the Paradox Solve feature. Can use their heroic dash regardless of their momentum without spending momentum. Holy crap, that's powerful. Like, Pascal's version requires logic. I could use persuasion to do it. Cogitation boards. +5 torpedo speed. No thanks. Honestly, Cassia... I have to ask Cassia to do it, is the funny part. We should form an alliance with it. It will be done. Many Magi lost their lives trying to make contact with the Great Machine Spirit before it noticed how frail their bodies and minds were before its might. Taking pity upon the servants of the Omnissiah, it softened its data voice. Tech priests then entreated the Great Spirit to forge an alliance with a rogue trader. And Null Caliph answered.
Halting its sacred calculation, it bestowed its favor upon the supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler had been saved from peril. Damn. The highest tier thing at Kiava Gamma. Trade Xenotech for this. Would block assorted goods, which would give me Fellowship. What, Fellowship or Kesbalica? I don't know, honestly. Need plasteel to do this. Gonna be hard to get, in theory. Oh, there's some over here. Emergency aboard the Void Ship. Alright, we'll go deal with it. Trade Abelard for Ulfar. Unplug my phone. Yeah, that. Alright, everybody. Open the game. Apparently this is not real. Not real. Oh, we did this wrong. Been a minute. Wizard's Decree. Give us all that good stuff. Ah, I did this wrong order. Wrong-ish. Reveal the light. Snuff out the light. Claim your right to a world of darkness. Shoot this guy, Argenta. You sure did shoot.
High momentum.
Alright, time for more gunning. Remember, single target attacks literally can't miss. because she's using a bolter. I think it also affects her over-penetration. Nope. Ran out of turns. Alright, chop these two up, Pascal. Good job, buddy. No line of sight. You can literally see it, dude. Don't give me that crap. Well, it can get all the way over to this thing. They'll take a little damage in the process, but that's fine. Oh yeah, that thing. Somehow that completely escaped my mind. Only because it's existing inside of something it shouldn't. Kill it, girl. Got him. That is just how powerful the team is now. Although, make you just a bit stronger. Oh, must not have Adepta Sororitas feature. That wasn't advertised. Son of a bitch. That's just... That's not, like, listed on it. It says, requires power armor proficiency. Only it says, oh, fucking... That's cheap. Listed all the way at the bottom. The only person who can... Just so you can't put it on her. VA Boost 6 needs my attention. Where was it again? Yeah, but Gamma's over there. Janice is here. Valstone's here. There's Vabo 6. Janus, start a new stage. Lordship, a monstrous storm has broken out on Janus. Apocalyptic anomalies are tearing our agro-world apart, and their epicenter is the corrupted sector. Nothing must be done before the whole colony is destroyed. We must find the source of this madness. Calm down, report exactly what's happening. Mooning Earth, the purple glow in the sky, fires crashing on the ground from above and turning all they touch to ice. Terrible noise sweeping through the cities and killing anyone who hears it. Furious storm has covered half the continent. We can see its epicenter from orbit. The ruins of a xenostructure complex. We thought to be the debris buildings turned out to be a machine. Now it rouses from its sleep, emitting blue and purple lights from the spheres fused into it. Deadly spirits become more material, and now everyone can see they are not dancing, they're fighting. Fighting and chanting two names. Halcyon and Kesei. Thankfully, there are much fewer of them than there were before. Gaps even appear in the horrifying cyclone of dance twisting about the epicenter. We know about the Cataclysm. Leader of the Inquisition Squad, Lady Zue, did not grace us with a full report since she's been hastily preparing for the expedition into the heart of the anomaly. She mysteriously claims that we have become witnesses to an ancient feud between Xenos, and, in spite of our unfamiliarity with that conflict, important to choose an ally in this struggle wisely. Whatever that means. Some wretch by the name of Keg has come out of the wilderness to meet our people. Hard to understand him, but he's managed to explain to the soldiers that Halcyon and Kesei are fighting. Halcyon is in the usual way, and Kesei in a wrong, corrupted way. Seems he wants to collaborate with us and is trying to ask for help.
And Lore Imperium isn't good enough for that. Wretch. Forces, I guess I'll have to go with the best I have. Help Lady Zue? Succeeded, oh thank God. Escort squads reports that the people of Lady Zue are demonstrating incredible skill, swiftly dealing with the anomalies and advancing toward the epicenter. Our people have reached the Xenos ruins that once served as either a palace or a gargantuan machine. We've encountered extremely high concentration of spirits. Appears the spirits are fighting among themselves with two particularly vivid ghostly figures among them. One of these prominent spirits radiates blue light, seems to be clad in Eldari armor. Other is engulfed in purple flame and clad in a Xenos ceremonial raiment. Yet it sounds reminiscent of Eldari speech, but any attempts to translate them have proved unsuccessful thus far. It is an old dialect, from a time before the fall. Order your warriors to aid the spirit wreathed in blue. Fights for the Lathan's purity against the despicable sorcery. Even an echo of the spirit's voice is enough to understand that its cause is just. Teach your people how to explain to the blue spirits they are not their enemy. What does it matter what those spirits are babbling about? They both must be slain. Aitvater, turn to your warriors and inspire them to fight for their home to the very last. They have already made sacrifices to get this far. Now remind them what those sacrifices were for. Izui intends to fight both sides of this spirit conflict, but your soldiers are waiting for you to confirm her orders. Oh, jeez. Tell the squad to support the blue spirits. Elliot, make sure the men know the right words. Scouts attacked, destroying the purple spirits one after another. Blue phantoms recognized the new allies and did not harm them. As the battle was over, the dignified spirit swathed in blue flames reached out to the scouts' thoughts, granting them visions. The planet, which was inhabited by Eldari prior to the fall, at some point became one of the many theaters of the war between sensual excess, the dogma that reigned over the Xenos of the time, and acidic self-restraint. A local ruler, Kese, was enlightened and wise, yet susceptible to depravity. In his desire to transfer his soul to another form of existence, he created a mechanism that would let him take over the bodies and minds of all his people. One of the ruler's bodyguards, named Halcyon, rose against the tyrant and mortally wounded him, could not stop him from merging with the machine. Halcyon then gave his life to bind his own spirit to the device and continue fighting therein. This tragic conflict marked the end of all Eldari on the planet, preserved an echo of their souls and those of their leaders. The Lathan's Fury, Eldari Sword. Then the spirits disappeared, but for how long? The bodies of the fallen and a strange relic discovered amid the ruins were the only proof that, for a single day, Venice was once more engulfed in a war between long-fallen Xenos. Neat. I guess I can do this. No good reason not to, frankly. Commotion on the lower decks. It's fine. Near the vessel past the warp reef. We're not taking that massive of a fucking risk. Armor 4. There's something going on here. But what? Jesus fucking Christ! The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There is only total darkness. The Augur team has failed to glean any information from the anomaly. And under the influence of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn to the heart of the darkness. The officers on the bridge worriedly look up from their cogitators. Machine screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of their operators' commands. The walls of the bridge, the crew's silhouettes, and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out like rubber bands. Alerts of malfunctioning cogitators and maddened chronographs come in from every deck, as do reports of indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placate the machine spirits, helmsman Ravor reports the situation is bad. Navigational systems are barely functional. The invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating, ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There's little time, and the Lord Captain must decide. Leave the dangerous place or give in to the forces to study the anomaly from within. Pascal, anything in the archives about this? Few operators managed to wring a minute amount of useful information out of the archives. Such anomalies are extremely rare, randomly appearing gravitational wells which connect different points in space. If such a well leads, it's impossible to predict. Direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly. I'm not one to turn down an adventure. Closer the vessel gets to the hole, the faster it's pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped by panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads, fraying and tearing into pieces, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs. Falling apart into screws, plates, and bolts, tech priests continue to offer relentless prayers to the machine spirits. Their binaric chants melt into the endless screams and cries for help. Finally, the void ship jumps in the cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. Outermont 2? Where the fuck is this? I've been here before. Oh, hey, there's some plasteel over here. I need a little more. I got plenty of these things. Ah, we popped out fucking somewhere. The hell is this? Recologer colony greets you with Vox sounds. Seeing the ship has been deserted in the time you've been gone. Dismantle the vessel down to the last cog. Workers and servitors hastily flood the empty decks. People will need time to fully dismember the old ship, but until then, this forgotten chunk of metal belongs to the Von Valansis dynasty. Okay. That works for me. That actually got me slightly closer to Viabus. That's Janus. And that got me way the fuck over here. Damn it. Hang on. What rumor is beholding the truth? Failed to uncover traces of human civilization on frozen planet. Oh yeah. I can do that over here instead. Yeah, on the ice world. Yeah. 100 Dreams Crossroads. You know what? I could use some more phlogiston, too. Not a lot, but I got tons of extractium, so why not? Do not need promethium, though. According to the ancient chronicles, scan the planet using augmented auger components. Looks like the Pilgrim's records were true. Your augers managed to locate the shapes of several Imperial buildings under layers of snow and ice. One can only guess what purpose they used to serve. As buildings, most likely. Develop a plan for changing the planet's climate without support from the Imperium. After deliberating, senior officers unanimously decided that only the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed the technologies required for a project of such a massive scale. Rookshire should contact their representatives in the Kronos Expanse and secure future cooperation. Cool. Melting the ice as a quest. Melt your ice. Not you, Earliet. I don't know why people assume. It's a contract. I need phlogiston, promethium, and chemicals. And I just do it. My profit is... You melted the ice planet. It's got an achievement for that. Let's go back there. Damn, you guys melted it fucking fast. Your crew is treated to an amazing sight.
The Armory world, which spent decades under layers of tightly packed ice, blooms before them like a carpet of black flowers, revealing hundreds of Imperium supply bases amidst the melting snowbroth. Practically untouched by time. Pillage the world using scouting and assault troops. Quick-firing las pistol. Emerald Cherub Ring. +5 bonus to fellowship, increased resolve by 1. Mobile extractiums. Also weapons here. I don't need to... I am good on weapons, I think. Promethium, too. That was cool, though. I got an achievement for doing that shit. Go the longer, safer way around. Whoa! Not that long. Damn it! Dargonis got shit I gotta be present for now, too. There's Dargonis. That's Janus. That's Falstone. That's Kiava Gamma. That's Dargonis. Alright, I'll get to Dargonis on my way to the other place. Kiava Gamma requires your fucking attention. God damn it. Alright, what's going on at Dargonis that is so pressing that I have to be there now for it? I swear to the God Emperor, you're all dead if this is something stupid. I will exterminatus my own planet to prove a point. Don't think I haven't done it before. A void ship twisted by the archenemy's dark power, formerly part of the Reich Adminor's fleet, has burst into the system. Cursed Vox systems transmit prophecies of doom, promising the colony the same fate which befell the planet. I need more than 7 security, and I can just mobilize the Planetary Defense Force. Greater than and equal to 7 security, which I have. Well-coordinated maneuvers of the planetary fleet, combined with the rogue trader's remote tactical support, have ensured the crushing defeat of the archenemy's servants. Yeah, fuck you guys. This had my security high enough I didn't have to do the fight myself. That's cool. Or warning. If I can do anything there. Let's worry about Veaboost 6 first. There's a warp anomaly or some shit. In the period designated night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were asleep later reported having horrible nightmares. Yeah, this is one I've had before. Alright, what's going on at Veaboost that so desperately needs my attention? You fuckers can't handle this yourselves. Dargonis could definitely handle it themselves. An almost warp storm raging over the planet's surface has caused a mass awakening of psychic abilities among the population. Gain security by declaring a hunt. Call upon the Hunters of the Wicked from the cult of St. Drusus, gain complacency and security. Play the most powerful psychers and start training them in secret. Lose security and complacency. I have way over 10 security is the thing. Gain profit factor. I can't get complacency above 10 either, so... Thousands of unsanctioned psychers have been delivered to covert strongholds where, under strict watch, they've begun to learn to control their powers. Those who survive will become valuable tools of the dynasty. Basically, I'm going out and getting them sanctioned. Unsafe? Potentially, but we have so much safety it doesn't matter.
What was the forewarning thing? Other ships have vanished. Astropaths from across the expanse are broadcasting alarming warnings to each other about an unknown threat in the region. I am close to it. I'm not within it just yet. Steer past. Not doing that shit. What's this hulk? Strange vessel, enveloped in a pale orchid mist, sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. Familiar coat of arms appears on its thoroughly dented, ragged hull. The House von Valancius coat of arms. The Younger crew reports that this is the Lightseeker, an expedition void ship tasked with exploring the planets of Coronis Expanse. This vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. Telemetry shows the decks are empty and void of life with no crew detected. The sight of the ancient void ship causes a throbbing headache and inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all those centuries, and how did it end up here? Locksmaster reports the elders of her clan told her tales about the Lightseeker. This legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful worlds where the most profitable extractiums were later installed. This vessel brought countless riches to the Von Valancius Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. The High Factotum, Yanris Stanrock, confirms the Lightseeker is still part of the Von Valancius fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the Protectorate, but who knows what happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost. Dark powers of the cosmos or even the warp itself could have corrupted the void ship. The worried whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the Lightseeker's maneuvers, your seneschal becomes certain. The vessel is preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship's crew. He doubts the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, one thing is clear. It's a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the Von Valancius dynasty. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent the past 6 centuries beyond the Veil is corrupted beyond salvation. He says it must be destroyed at once. Don't let it attack first. Take him an advantageous position and engage. Sorry, I gotta side with the Angel on this one. 600 years missing in the void. Yeah, it's hard to come back from that. Gotta agree with him on that one. It's not that strong. At least relative to what I usually do. It is just barely still alive. Alright, finish him off, Frigate. Frigate, Brigham. Got him. Yay, upgrade time. Yeah, that. Then... yeah. Works for me. Golden Forest of Amber World look enchanting, even from orbit. Okay, can't do anything about that yet. Noted. Unvanquished tech heresy on Kiava Gamma. Fuck. Materium released us. Let's be happy for that part, people.
Ship left untouched. We're fine. Chill out, everyone. Well, Stone. All dealing with crap. Malfunction? Yeah, we're fine. Alright, Foulstone, what the hell's happening? We gotta swing around the sun first. Meow. Some inhabitants of the colony are being visited by saints in their dreams. Workers are growing dangerously ecstatic from these pious visions. Gain stuff I can't use. Gain stuff I can't use, or gain stuff I can't use. This, whatever. In fact, all of these are happening at fucking once. Fine, we'll go fight them. Argenta will just one-shot them again. Well, one-shot isn't quite the correct word, but Argenta, Cabela, and friggin' Ulfar will rip and tear until it is done. Y'all ready to die? Because you're gonna. Argenta, you be here and take care of all these. Everyone else go the other direction. This can be the front line. Right here can be the back line, I suppose. Argenta shall be the rear with all the crit chance. Argenta, bring them down.
High momentum.
Gun time. The fire will take care of you. Fire will take care of you. You died instantly. I hate it recentering every time I do this. Die in a fire. Fire would almost kill you. Get rid of the Plague Bearer first. Yeah, the fire will take care of you. Aim at some of those, other assholes. Hey, look at that, your momentum's high again already. Who'd have thunk?
I guess get rid of this guy, because he's not gonna die on his own. Kill the plague bearer. It's a bastard. Ow.
Out of my way!
Owie. Hey, Argenta's turn again. Steady superiority. Rapid fire. And then fire all that rapidity. Yeah, it worked. Dash out, too. Yep, you trip during your dash. Kill those guys. Recite furiously.
My momentum. Chaos guides me.
I got a lot of gas cloud grenades. Firearm mastery. Alright, maybe he's not a master of firearms, but they still fucking hurt. Killed that guy. And hey, we win. We are victorious. Okay, everyone just got Curse of Rusted. Annoying, but it'll disappear once we leave. A lot of gross-ass grenades that I don't use. These grenades are for people who have an unlimited number of them, and I'm feeling limited. I'd rather use bullets, which I have as many as I'll ever need. Oh god, that just reminded me. I think that's actually a thing in Dark Heresy. In Rogue Trader, ammo is just considered you have as much as you can carry, you never have to worry about buying more. I think Dark Heresy actually makes you go for more. Another interesting thing, Rogue Trader characters start out way stronger than Dark Heresy characters. Dark Heresy characters need way less experience to improve their stuff. Again, this is already a much different system, so... You sent me something important, the world depends on it. I see. Whip, whip, whip. That sure is a sleepy kitty. Good job, Bathwater. It is vitally important I see that today. The fuck am I? There I am. Well, I'm proud of your cat for coming out then, Bathwater. Yeah, I do need some more plasteel. Alright, what's the leftover tech heresy? You dumbasses miss. Well, the workshops is full into corruption. Machines within disassemble the surrounding mechanisms as swallow workers hold to construct repulsive amalgams of metal and flesh. Isolate it, lose stuff. Destroy it, lose efficiency, gain all that other crap. The cursed workshops serve the manufacturer and feet of a dish. Just destroy it, I guess. Yeah, that brought us up to full 10s everywhere. So I guess that was the correct call. Alright, let's actually go do story stuff. I'm sure at least one of you is waiting for it. Down to footfall over here. Oh. Come on, you shits. I just left Kiava Gamma. I'm not fucking... I'm not. I'm doing shit. Deal with it yourselves, fuckers. You should know what I want by now. You still don't know? Sounds like a you problem. What's up, Drusus's blessing? Give me all this. I can afford it. Right, let's see what I can put on. Could trade Fury Interceptors for Wrath Starfighters. Awesome. Five points of damage on each side. This is that, but on port and starboard, it's 7 more, so even better. The void cannot be explored without an engine, that's funny. Griffin pattern torpedo tubes. Somehow don't think that's what I had on before. Audacity of Janus. Void Sunder Lance. The Audacity of Janus. I need to keep that kind of thing on. Ooh, 2 more speed. For free. 5 shots each, 30 damage per shot. Awesome. 4 shots, 27 per shot on the other side. Alright, the Auspex. 90% hit, 20% crit. 85% hit, 10% crit. 98% hit, 5% crit. I like the crit chance. $84 to $98, $95 to $105.
We got all the good stuff on. Alright, let's go to Footfall. Lord Captain, we've received a Vox message from Footfall. The Inquisition has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremis. Though it requires special permission, even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. The station's custodian, Her Ladyship Incendia Corda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Forces will meet you there to escort to another chamber for a private audience. Vox crackles with static, and Jay's honeyed voice fills the air. Vigdis, the salve for my heart. Forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. Oh, Shireen, I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew who got themselves captured by some rival ashmags. La Dame is too occupied for schemes, and besides, Incendia Chorda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco, may the Azir tear his soul to pieces. Footfall is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste the precious sands still left in the hourglasses of their lives. He threw a wrench into the works, making my trade network fall apart like a badly assembled chrono. No income, no profits, only damages. All because my right hand is chained up on one of Footfall's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit? I'm sure your imposing visage will loosen his tongue. Maybe, just maybe, untie the hands of my crew. Go and see what happened to your crew. Shireen, have I ever mentioned you're the most fragrant rosebush in the entire blossoming garden of the Coronis Expanse? You should. This is all you have to say. Apologies, Lord Captain, will be in instructions. Other options for landing on Footfall do we have? None. Very well, let's take a look at Footfall's new hospitality. As you wish, Lord Captain. Yep, gotta bring Jay with me. I suppose this is fine. I don't often need a tank nowadays. Just shoot them all, and then... There's not really an and then, they're just all dead. It works. There we go. Yeah, Jay hasn't leveled up in a long-ass fucking time. This just for durability. Not gonna be using her much, I know it. And toughness. Da-da-da. Multiple times for combat, once per turn. Da-da-da. Capable of using bursts, they do. Okay. I don't even fucking remember how she works. Oh yeah, she's got officer stuff, so extra turns. Yeah, that's a good start. Da-da-da.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Get a little logic, get that over 100. That could be useful. That should probably be fine. Air of Authority. Ba 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 ba. +5 to all characteristics is just good, but let's see what else. Yeah. Affection under fire is just good. See no reason not to get it on anyone who doesn't have anything else. Sure, why not? There we go. I don't know how much fighting we'll have to do here, but best I be ready for it. Unwilling to die, the bar patrons made their last stand right here. Tech priest, who sports an exporter emblem on his scarlet robes, directs the unblinking gaze of his augmented ocular lenses at you and says in a hissing voice, "Salutatory functionality initiated. Glory to House Von Valancius. Trade terminal Zeta-42, 33 Mu. Property of the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet, ready to process incoming requests. State your request. Glory to the Omnissiah." Make a deal. Failed to parse requests. Seeking to access the trading interface. Access the trading interface. An Omnissiah axe. Might give that to Pascal. Will to live. It's a sword. Precise las gun. No one uses those. Medkits, why not? Combat manipulator. The wearer uses non-attacking consumable. Counts as an attack of a different type than the previous for the purpose of versatility. Neat, but don't need it. Haywire grenade? Sure, why not? Targeting visor. Chance to hit. It's Eldari only. Range of 10 or further by 10%. That'd be good for her. Power axe. Special attacks inflict bleeding. Sure do. I'll take it. Vigorating Resolve. Wearer and allies in a 2-cell radius gain momentum. Also gain equal amount of temporary wounds. Cool. Heavy Plasma Gun. See if you want this later, people. Slick Body Glove. 20% dodge against enemies with perception lower than that of the wearer. And 10% against range. That's cool. Might put that on. Meso Pattern Arc Rifle. I'll take it. Actually see about that armor. And there's that armor I found for Cabela. Or not found, traded for. Gained her 2% extra dodge for that one. You go, girl. How about them swords I keep finding? Here's a stronger sword. Swap them out. There, way stronger sword. Deal way more damage. That's our girl. Da-da-da.
Loyalist garb. Really good for if I don't move, which I often don't. Yeah, what are you wearing? Probably have something at least a little bit better than that. There you go. You have nothing on. Yeah. Does not look good on you. Let me see. Only against Xenos, which I don't think we'll be fighting. At least not soon. Sure of that. Hang on. This is direct damage. Damage that can't be avoided. 10 lethal. Alright, that. That mechanic. Gloves. Da-da-da. Could use tactical advantage, I guess, so that... These for that. There, now you're decently kitted. Ah. Well, Shireen, what do we have here? A cowardly ashmag who wants to get his paws on my certificate without even working up a sweat. Considering the circumstances currently affecting Footfall, the only fitting place this filth could be hiding is in the sewers. Jay's nose wrinkles at the very thought. A nasty spot with a powerful whiff about it, that is true. But I swear to you, Shireen, you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand. The most delicious part of all is that the ashmag chose to go in there. He'll wish he hadn't. Of course, that's only the Ozzy. Don't mess things up for us and everything goes to plan. If it doesn't, Jay breaks off. Her shoulders sagging under the weight of her doubts. If it doesn't, my gang are dead, Shireen. One wrong move, one wrong word. God, thrown damn that ashmag. Why is everything so difficult? Perhaps I should just give him the Macadam Tabula Official? Falco's not a complete idiot. He won't risk such a valuable payoff. He'll hold up his end of the deal and give me Tor and the others. Jay Hidari, the certificate did not only grant you limitless opportunities, also imposed upon you responsibilities to the Imperium. The certificate cannot be allowed to fall into Falco's hands, you know this. I do. Something breaks in Jay's voice. It even sounds to you as if you hear a grinding noise. As if an old screw has come loose and the rusty mechanism is screeching in protest of the assault. Tor and the rest. They're waiting for me, Shireen, they're waiting. You're right. Let's save them. Do you really think so, Shireen? In that case, hope you'll still help me release my thoroughbred of a scheme into the wild. Explain your plan. What? The gist is that we need to go down into the sewer tunnels of Footfall, connect the tank of sleeping gas, the old ventilation system, and direct the airflow to Falco's hideout. And of course, pray to the Exalted One the Ashmag's jackals don't spot us. It's true, Shireen. Going to be a little trickier than it seems. Falco is desperate, so he's bound to have his thugs patrolling the tunnels. Go crashing around down there, he'll know something is afoot. When Falco's feeling jumpy, heads roll. Where are we gonna get a tank of sleeping gas? Jay stares at you, trying to decide if you're joking or being completely serious. You take me for it, I've already acquired it. Alright, I have everything covered. How do we get in then? Most of the passages have been sealed off by Chorda's hounds, but there is one they definitely haven't got to. She visibly perks up and winks at you. Time to pay a visit to Octi in the Adeptus Amescus, Shireen. Time to enter the sewers. The Amescus we go, Shireen. You have other pressing business to handle on the way there. No idea yet. Sweet rotten odor and the scent of incense mix into a thick, nauseating scent.
Is it seemly for valued servants of the Emperor to huddle together in such a squalid abode?
We attach importance to other things, Venai Cassia.
Venai.
Ascesis is how we achieve self-perfection. Our feats of faith are our...
Oh dear. That's not fucking good. Oh, ew. Maybe he's just sleeping. Oh. Maybe they're friendly. Denver. By the trial, how'd you manage that? They grabbed me in the street, I thought, hairbreadth away from servitorization, yes. One of the patrols confirmed that I wasn't at the scene. Well, that girl who implicated you. She testified against... Charged with conspiracy against the Cern of the Imperium and sentence burn. No less than she deserves. Yeah, if you're gonna accuse someone, better hope they don't have people better than you. Piracy. Heresy. Blasphemy. Jesus. Emperor's third through fourth toe. This is... ugh. A bit public, don't you think? Pascal, open this for me. Thanks, buddy. Oh, great, more trials. Mercy, our families are starving. We took a couple of Nutribars. Aha. Lies, I see clearly with my naked eye the corruption that has engulfed your nature. Only the cleansing fire can absolve you now. Guilty. Don't you have to check if they're actually lying before you... Oh! At least move them to the pyre, goddammit. The next people in line have to stand on that now. The fire cleansing enough for you, you crazy hag? Emperor protects me. Guilty. Burn him. You dumb shit. Also, how the fuck did she do that? Hi there, Chorda. I was kidnapped. Don't worry about it. Incendia Chorda is absorbed in reading a long strip of parchment. Her left hand is holding a silver spoon, with which she is carefully scooping up brain matter from the open skull of the man contorted next to her. That's just fucking barbaric. Goth von Valancius, I was informed of your arrival. Exhaustion has marked Incendia's features with a crisscross of lines and deeper furrows. Her cheek is forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, yet her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. Dazzling aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze flares like a plasma thruster. What is this abominable act his daughter is committing? Sister Battle whispers incredulously. She stares at Chorda's monstrous feast. There must be a reason. Look closely at her, Argenta. One look at Incendia's full dress uniform shows it has not been changed in many days. Color is greasy. The braid trim is stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that's used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. What is that? Incendia sinks her silver spoon into the man's brain and slowly consumes the revolting morsel. I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts, is how I learned to recognize their patterns. Flesh and blood can grant revelations, but not like this. Devouring flesh is a profane act. Bell looks with disapproval at the open brain and the pulsing blue vein within. This is not the way to serve the Undying One.
Does it help? I have deepened my understanding of the petty and odious urge that drives the weak-willed to degeneracy. I have learned to see these urges in their eyes. If only you knew what it was like to be familiar with every shade of corruption that lurks in depraved souls. Something wild sparks in her pale eyes. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, sensing it. Peering into people's souls and seeing the heinousness therein. You do not know what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds. I know it all too well, and none shall escape my wrath. What is going on here? The Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honor of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics. To rid Footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned its imperial station into a hotbed of free-thinking and inefficiency. I'll not rest until all have been judged. Please me that you get to share in the triumph of Footfall's purging with me. So you're in charge. Let's see. Said you would not rest until you had judged every soul in this station. I too wish to stand before your court. India stares at you in amazement. You truly wish to stand trial? Very well, may your zeal serve as an example to the rest. Gain piercing resolution. 0 AP. Once per battle, the rogue trader may choose an ally, including themselves. 1 round, all the target's weapons attack, ignore enemy's armor. Dogmatic fanatic. Cynthia leans forward and peers in your eyes. Her gaze, like a monk carrying a rushlight, wanders down the corridors of your soul's fortress, checking every corner in search of the slightest faults of traces of corruption. Moments passes and Cendia conducts her thorough investigation, till at last, she reclines on her throne again. A weary smile touches her lips. I see no sign of taint in your soul, Lingarth. You are pure before the Emperor. Thus I acquit you and grant you his blessing in parting. Go forth and bring his punishment to those who have turned their backs on his word. You're in charge of Footfall now? Indeed I am. The Lord Inquisitor enacted martial law in the Expanse. I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's liege was temporarily abolished for the duration of this war. Perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with matters of strategic planning, I am tasked with overseeing security and order. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and cold traders, deserters and outlaws, every one of them warrants attention. Cendia cracks her neck. She must have grown stiff after so many hours of reading, before picking up another sheet. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of new denunciations, warrants, and other documents. And whom is it you're judging? All of them. Thieves, smugglers, pirates, traders, heretics, deserters. Abettors, harborers, cowards, and perjurers. Any who has ever trespassed, any who has ever protected a miscreant or kept quiet about a crime they knew of. They all will be condemned. With obsessive determination, Incendia starts going through her papers, seemingly no longer aware of what she is doing so. More and more new convicts are being granted the great boon of undergoing servitude in perpetuis and, having rid themselves of reprehensible consciousness, serving the Imperium free from doubt and weakness. Footfall will once again become a bastion of law and righteousness. Or eradicate all heresy that prevents the faithless from giving themselves over to the good of toiling in his name. As long as your court been in session already. Cendia seems slightly perplexed by your question. She starts moving signed sentences from one stack to another, then says uncertainly, 3 weeks. Court carries on day and night, so my sense of time eludes me. You are most thorough. Universe is a terrifying place. We're surrounded by the archenemy's machinations and Xenos scum who would deny us our right to exist. The threat is inconceivable, and human weakness will not help us avert it. If man is weak, I rid him of his spinelessness and feebleness, endowing him with a sacred narrowness of mind and eradicating all that prevents him from utilizing his whole self in the service of the Imperium. He's not lying. You can tell by her eyes and her voice, trembling with earnest faith, that Incendia genuinely believes in every word she just said. Tell you are quite popular with the locals. The attempt was mediocre and far from the first. My forces and my throne keep me safe. Incendia pats an armrest and smiles. The refractor field is impervious even to tank shells. That thief Takara had this sacred Drusian relic stashed in one of his storm rooms. Where's the Lord Inquisitor?
in the Legion's chambers, coordinating the Expanse's defense. His attention is focused on matters of vital importance, and he is not seeing any supplicants. Soldier wearing inquisitorial armor echoes Incendia's words. Lordship cannot see the Lord Inquisitor now. However, he bade to inform your Lordship he will summon you later when circumstances permit. You shall see whether Footfall will thank the Emperor for your reign. In due time, I shall weed out all the taint that is bred here on Footfall for so long. And then pious fear, loyalty, and devotion will once again become the pillars of this station under his watchful eye. And between you and Winterscale? Winterscale is a traitor. While the Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed Xenos, he abandoned his duty completely and had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his worlds and ships while he hides from his reckoning, indulging his base urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment. Since you, Ungarth, helped me curb Caligos's appetites once before, I invite you to divide his territories with me. Once we have extinguished these roaring flames of wickedness, House von Valancius will be welcome to partake in the conquest of that profaner's worlds. Caligos is a reprobate, I can agree with that, but... No, I would never answer his call for help. He's genuinely insane, from what I hear. Let me see. Yeah, Caligos is a reprobate. Astrocartographers will soon have their hands full erasing the name Winterscale's realm from star maps. Castigating disgrace that will fall upon the dynasty will be fitting punishment for Caligos's crimes. The accused wait, and so do my duties. Wait. You have duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Vladimir Takara, the deplorable rebel who once ruled this station, has slipped from my grasp. He is inciting the people to revolt, killing my servants, and hiding from my wrath with the dexterity of a void rat. My informers claim he often appears in that den of unrest that bears the irreverent name of the Adeptus Amesicus. We've made several attempts to arrest him, yet he has evaded capture each time. Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender quietly, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Takara must be apprehended. Together we shall make that scoundrel pay for his crimes. Let him drink the cup of his wrath to full, a cup that will be delivered by our hands. The asteroid where the Adeptus Amesicus is located has been cordoned off. My enforcer will take you there. I want you to lure Takara out of his hole and seize him so that he may stand trial. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation, pave the road that my justice will tread. Why'd Hieronymus go? Reverend Hieronymus headed where the rebels are seen most often, so he could preach to them and sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have erred and those who are beyond any hope of redemption. I think you're having trouble seeing that. Pronounce Vladimir a criminal. Why wouldn't I? The vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronized thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourished. He has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify in short order. Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I shouldn't admit that to her, actually. What do I stand to gain? Thought I was speaking to you, and yet I hear Theodora's words, greedy and full of hubris. Your gain is the order that will come to this station, its obedience to the Emperor, his law, and his stewards. Best I at least pretend to do what she says. Never doubted you, Ungarth. The Emperor protects. But remember, none of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before their trial. I forbid you to execute them without my leave. Yeah, check out that new axe I found. The Delphim pattern, not as much damage. Brutal strike for attacks of opportunity is interesting. And it has sweep on it. But, meh. Kinda just like the damage.
In another life, you could have worn the insignia of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I would have called you sister. But your rituals, they trouble me.
Perhaps it is because you see them as a reproach to your asceticism. My armor bears patina and dust, while yours shines bright and clean. You venerate yourself, whereas I simply wield myself.
A difference in opinion. Da-da-da. If I can get there is the problem. Said her person would take me there. I don't know where that is, though. Do I go back to, like, the front? Ah! Still burning. Forgot about that. Okay, I just gotta go through the door. 3 rat hunting and great thing. Arms? Wait, it's his lordship von Valantius. Those tourist dogs on another inspection. Stand down, false alarm. Hey, don't worry, he comes here sometimes. It's true, I do. Look, it's not that I agree with what Chorda's doing, it's just that, well, she's invulnerable on a throne, I'm smart enough not to pick a fight with her. And for the fuck of it, I told her to try to find something wrong with me. She couldn't. My faith is unshakable. Welcome to the Kingdom of Thieves, Killers, and Smugglers, Shireen. All the finest goods on footfall, every last one of them, have passed through these tunnels. Yeah, I've been here before. As I said before, Falco's jackals are patrolling every nook and cranny of this artsy cursed place. See those scumbags over there? Need to avoid them and not draw any attention to ourselves, or else we might as well dump a pile of grok shit all over our plan. Now we're going to follow the plan. You will allow me, Shireen? I'll refresh your memory. Avoiding the patrolling scum, reach the sewer canal, follow it to the east almost until the very end. Connect the gas cylinder to the special intake. Ironically enough, it was previously used for cleaning the air. And we need to turn the valves in a few spots so the gas reaches the correct chamber. You should know exactly what that ash mag was holed up. Argenta examines the dark tunnels morosely. To skulk in the shadows, to hide from battle. These things are beneath his warriors. For the sake of saving the innocent, I will dim the flame in my soul that urges me to charge openly at the enemy's ranks. And the final move, like all the best regicide players, Shireen, we find the service cogitator and send the gas along the pipes. And sure, I don't have to remind you that we must do all of this in complete silence? Not even the sewer rats are going to notice us, let alone Falco's lots. Alright, let's go. May the Exalted Emperor light our path. I have heard... stealth mechanics... This is a stealth mission in a game without stealth mechanics. I've heard it's as awful as it sounds. So... maybe they've fixed it by now? This game's been out for a while. I know a lot of the glitches on release are just gone now. Yeah, this game is apparently quite glitchy when it came out. What? Fuck you! Bullshit. That's why we saved.
Anyway, this was never a problem of glitches. This was a problem of it's really fucking stupid that they thought this was a good idea. There's... The thing, in the other games, there's at least a stealth button. Okay, did not see you before. Where the gas cylinder goes, hidden in plain sight, if you will. Pascal, would you kindly? Thank you. Yeah, let's save again. Valve, let's open it quickly. Next will be UD5. Okay, that's a trap. That's another trap. Pascal, please turn it off. What's this? Rusty piece of metal. Oh, that was another valve to open. Okay. Actually save again. Be extra mega safe. Bella, could you... Thanks, Boo. Another valve. Yeah. Another valve. Do not trust these open spaces, but I'm not seeing anyone in them yet. Won't stop me from distrusting them. No, don't step on that. Not be too hasty. Focus patrols are up ahead. Blend in the shadows and move quietly. Okay, at least they have, like, a little... Yeah! Speaking of patrols... Tell me there's no valves over here. That would just be dumb. Let's save again. Bella, don't you literally have the power to be basically invisible whenever you want to? Save again. Okay. Ah, damn it. This is such a stupid idea for a game like this. It's not stealth mechanics. I just have to guess if there's someone behind this corner. And if there is, then I have to start over. Actually, if it is, I'm supposed to fail the mission entirely, but... I've been saving like an insane person. Waiting for someone to come out of the shadows so I can back away or something. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, don't try to go that way. Whose idea was this? One of those things, if I had the option, I would genuinely cheat at this, because this is a stupid idea. Wait, there they go that direction. What? What? Their sight line. They don't have a sight line. They just see all around themselves. So you can't even get behind them. It's distance-based and nothing else. Yeah, fucking Valve. The hell is this? Convolutum badge. Oh, I've opened all the valves. Good. Wearer hits an enemy in melee range. All allies adjacent to the wearer gain 6 temporary wounds, perform an attack of opportunity against the enemy hit by the wearer. Not applied when using Blade Dance. Alright. Eldari Shuriken Cannon. Cool, I guess. Let's save. This is quite possibly the worst idea. Tell me they are not going to repeat this in the next game. I want to send an email to Owlcat asking them to... Honestly, I want to ask them to take it out of this one, but don't put one in Dark Heresy 2. Please, for the love of God. You learned to stop overtuning encounters in this game, at least better than you did fucking... God, some of those encounters are stupid in Kingmaker. The worst one is... we have invisible wisps. They are perfectly invisible. On their turn, which is an ambush turn at the start of combat, they cast Lightning Bolt on your entire party. There are upwards of 4 of them in every group, and you must fight dozens of groups of them to get up this tower. No, this is not an optional side quest, and even if it was, this would still be a stupid idea. Us the fuck out of here. Okay. But I knew ahead of time I knew something about sewers. I knew that. There was a stupid stealth section in the sewers.
I wasn't 100% sure where or when it was. But at least knew it had to be here. But I did it. I never seen the final stage. Pumping gas for the sewer ventilation using one of the abandoned cogitators. Who the fuck are those? Are they over here and I didn't know? I haven't seen any cogitators. A little hard to cogitate things without knowing where the hell they are. What? Do they see me? What? How do I get past this to get to the I'm gonna look here to see if there's a fucking path. There's not. I guess I have to be further on the side to get through there. That... God fucking damn it! Thing is, it's based on, like, actual encounter rules and vision lines there, so I don't even think there's a good way I could get around this, even if I could. Even if there was... I don't know if you even could program a way to turn this shit off, other than manually altering these characters. Alright, character seems to be leaving now. Yeah. Well, this door doesn't open. That would only be useful, wouldn't it? Fuck! What am I supposed to do? The only way I can go is chock full of characters and there's not a fucking stealth I can't press a button and be stealthier. I'm gonna look up this shit. Give me a minute. Okay, I think I can do this. I actually hear them walking, which is interesting. Follow not even slightly closely behind them. Alright, let's go
Here-ish. At least let me get out of that nightmare. Actually save over this. Safe in this? No, I'm not. I didn't think so, but I thought I'd check. I have longer vision than the enemy, but it's still not good. Also, not helping, there's fucking 5 of us. I don't know if the game realized... no, 6. I don't know if the game realized how difficult this is with 6 people to stealth. The reason stealth missions are usually carried solo, IRL. Alright. What if I just... Everyone stack on top of each other. Get me out of there. Okay. They don't travel to this spot. Gonna be... Pascal? Okay, the displays grumble of drowsy gears from deep inside the cogitator. Machine spirits obey and awaken the cogitator's screen. Set it up. Okay. Get gassed, idiots. Walk, all of you. I did it. I'm the greatest. Alrighty then. Yay! Wake up, Tora. Come on, you bloody Kashka, wake up. Jay shakes the surviving twin by the shoulders. Jay? Invisible bureaucracy. Completed Jay's second quest without being spotted. Yay. Jay, give up with his travel. Let me go. Bruised and bloodied face with swollen eyes is hard to recognize as the once radiant visage of Tora the Twin. By the Exalted One, what's that Ashmak done to your poor face, light of my soul? Jay gently strokes the girl's swollen cheek and then turns to you. He'll die here, like the scum that he is, Shireen. It's what he deserves. Does not seem to be asking you a question. Let's block off the entrance to the sewers. Let them suffer a slow, painful death down here. Rather drown him in sewage myself. What your suggestion will do, Shireen? Stinking death for a stinking rat? Just lock all the doors. Likes hiding out down here, he can hide out forever. Wait, hold on a second. Earl leans over Falco and punches him with all her might. Come here. The rest of the gang are huddled together. Despite their pitiful physical condition, they greet you with satisfied smirks and they continually shoot delighted glances at you and Jay. Well, Shireen, from now on, Footfall can sleep soundly. The foulest wart on its rusted body has finally been burnt off by none other than Jay Hidari. And a wonderful patron, of course. Jay winks at you and her face breaks into the most genuine smile you've ever seen from her. I admit, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what's happened. Need to go over things with my guys. I'm sure I'll have advice and instructions to hand out. As for our little adventure, let's talk about it back on the ship in a more private setting. Yeah, sure, whatever. Turns out I didn't have to fight here at all. Got her folks out. I'm guessing if they know, you have to hand over the thing, or else to kill her allies, but
Because I did the stealth, I don't have to choose. I get everything. I'm better. I'm better. I'm better than you. I didn't even watch that show. You have no other options, Ryza. You abandon Footfall to Jordan Leave, where you're going to sell your goods, or restock your supplies. It'll just be a slow death for all of you. No ammunition, no water, and no air. Quit bargaining with fate and stick to the plan. Plan? More like a suicide pact. You have no allies, no weapons, nothing. Ladame and Ryza notice you. The old pirate grins sarcastically. Aren't trying to play with the big boys, Vakemo. Taking on a rogue trader dynasty, there are only a handful of heavies and a couple of guns to your name. When I see it, your march to the gallows is more of a gallop. You note the contraption replacing Ryza's right leg. Tangle of thick cables around the industrial cylinder pistons. A makeshift augmetic, rigged up from whatever was available at the docks. Pirate has not been wearing it for long. Fused up Footfall with shipments of grain allowed the Chorta dynasty to take control of the station. It wasn't a straight-up refusal, it was either I give in to heretical demands on Janice or I don't. Judging by the still fresh stitches on her stump, where so often the leg emits marks. Turning away from Ryza, Vladame's expression has not changed, but an indistinct curse falls from his lips. Don't mind me, do carry on. Hard to ignore, your lordship. I have a habit of radically altering the state of affairs whatever situation you wade into. Not my fault everyone asks me to fix their shit. Greetings, your lordship. As for you, Vakemo, got nothing to add. Plans out of crap. I don't gamble on those kinds of odds. You need to think about your prospects. Maybe realize that using my shuttle would be a better idea. Well, me and my shuttle are still here. Look at Vladame. The former liege looks exhausted. His glasses cannot hide the circles under his eyes. His coat collar is greasy and unbuttoned, showing the meshwork of the ceramite-reinforced armor hidden underneath. There's a conspicuous dent right beside his throat, left by a bullet. However, as tired as he is, the man is showing no sign of having given up. His lips are pressed together in a hard line, his movements are sharp. The bandit tattoos under his rolled-up sleeves are a reminder of who Vladame Takara was before taking the liege's throne. How's the station faring? Turned into a kingdom of death. Executing protesters, cracking down on corrupt traders, and suppressing dissent are all good, useful policies within reasonable limits. Use them myself, in fact. However, with Lady Chorta, reasonable limits are a distant memory at this point. And I warned you, didn't I, this would happen unless you helped us with provisions? Look, I'm sorry. The only planet I had that could provide the provisions was under heretical control. And I don't mean your type of heretical, I mean actual chaos heresy. So look, either I give stuff to the Chaos Gods, which you can go fuck yourself if you think that was the better idea, or I couldn't get you your goddamn food. Chorta showed up here, we stood up to a dictatorship. Ranks of my loyal partners thinned by the day. In the end, a single good punch in the teeth was all it took for the station to roll over and beg for mercy. Few found it in them to resist. My little army is waging war on the enforcers. We slaughter patrols, wrestle back detainees, and punish those who collaborate with the enemy. Or close to someone who does. The name's ruthless smile is like a jagged steel trap. Sendia is conducting her reprisals, and I am conducting mine. Everyone must remember there are consequences for collaborating with the occupying force. I see. The name smiles tersely. Old habits die hard. I'll admit I wasn't expecting yearning for the days of my youth, but to find myself in the line of fire again is invigorating. Your lordship, you may have little love to spare from me, and you certainly have not built a strong alliance with the organization I represent. Decent with Kazbalikat, they're hard to think. Seeing the new order of things on Footfall gives you even the tiniest suspicion that's all damn madness. Step in and help me stop it. Yeah, I'm gonna level. Like, kinda help do you expect from me? General uprising will be doomed to fail.
Enforcers have isolated the asteroids. Can't strike out against Incendia, she has the greater numbers, and her Thorn's refractor shield will protect her from any attack. An insidious smile appears on Liege's lips. So I'll ask her ladyship to come to us, exploiting her overconfidence. If she wants my blood, let her come and spill it. She knows we use the Amesecus as our meeting. Amesecus as our meeting place. Let the enforcers know I can be found and grabbed in here. She'll come. She'll hardly drag her throne with her. We'll lure her into a trap, kill her, and take back Footfall. News of Incendia's death is hardly going to please the Lord Inquisitor. Considering Calcazar has never once interfered in the station's affairs, he clearly couldn't care less about Footfall. This means he also doesn't care who runs the station so long as things are quiet here. Going to make sure things are quiet. And he did give Chorda a security detail, but if she's already... Takara emphasizes the last word. Dead, and her death doesn't reek of deadly heresy. He likely won't bother to investigate. Lord Inquisitor will simply entrust governance to someone who won't cause him problems. Someone like me. Realize it's a bold hypothesis, and the Lord Inquisitor may have me hanged for Chorda's death. My life is at stake as it is, so I may as well take the risk. Why would I take part in that? Because a critically important station in the Expanse is about to become a graveyard. Once commerce dies, merchants will turn to piracy. What else could they do? Connections between worlds will be weakened, since Chorda will make short work of astropaths as soon as she gets to them. And Chorda, do you think Footfall will be enough for her? No, she'll march on. Perhaps to your worlds as well. Besides, your lordship has not yet considered the possibility that working with the Casballica mission opens up. Now is the perfect moment for you to gain a new ally. Time of crisis, every friendship is valuable. Incendia Chorda has nothing to offer you, while my organization's gratitude is guaranteed. Between losing an influential partner and strengthening your ties with them, I'm sure you'll opt for the latter. What forces do you have at your command? Alas, most of my people in the station have perished. Incendia had what I couldn't offer. Provisions. Amazing how many people will break their oaths of loyalty for a Nutribar. Forgetting about the inevitable consequences. Then let's give my modest fighting force a head count. Small band of my most daring cutthroat staff members who were by my side when I came to power. Business partners who still remember that any venture is only as reliable as the grip of the venturer's hand on their pistol. Add to that the group of Xenos mercenaries which my colleagues from the Casballica mission have provided me with. Radical solution, I know, but they don't care who they kill as long as I pay them, and I have the means to pay them. We would have greater numbers if Rizzo wasn't so damnably cautious, and Hieronymus did us a favor and shut his preaching trap, but Aim greets his teeth and adds quietly, "We've thrown the good Reverend for a loop long ago if it weren't for the fanatical mob that would show up here to avenge him." Does Rizzo have a problem with? She has misgivings about the prospect of our cooperation. The old rogue prefers not to pick fights unless her victory is a foregone conclusion. And now she seems to be planning on fleeing rather than fighting. Needs the right kind of motivation. It's a shame there's no one the cold bitch values enough for me to take hostage. Why has Hieronymus shown up? He preaches repentance, but Aim remains stone-faced for a few seconds before giving in and letting a sarcastic smile form on his lips. Chorda sent him here to make us lay down our arms and renounce our rebellious ways. Seems taken aback by the scale of Lady Incendia's purges. Which opens up possibilities. We put pressure on him, he'll bring our zealots who will tear apart whoever he points his finger at. Useful man. Regret not getting him on side sooner. Or does it call you Vacamo? Old nickname. Used to be known by that name on the station. The Vacamo is a myth. Malicious spirit stalking its prey in Footfall's empty sectors. I had a terrible reputation when I was young. Understood your plan. Like to make a deal with the Casballica. Regretfully, I have nothing to offer. Let me take a look around. Nods attentively. It's clear that Chorda is going way too fucking far. Like, that is quite obvious. There's dogma, and then there's making an Adeptus Sororitas say you're a little too zealous.
Arouse. Canter used to contain a cheap amasec, which, for the sake of attractiveness, has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Octaviana looks exhausted. Her cheeks are hollow, her fiery hair is disheveled, and her jaw agmatic is vibrating. It wasn't a refusal. And this game... It wasn't like a choice I made, so much as I couldn't do it. Hand trembles as she sets down a dirty shot glass, fills it with a cloudy liquid streaked with greasy promethium, slides the shot towards Rizza. Advise you take your time with it. The last of the rock got an all footfall. Rizza downs the shot in one gulp and stares gloomily at, or rather through, Octaviana. Jerry-rigged augmetic replaces her legs, wraps nervously on the floor. Into the station of the dead, your lordship. Have you been faring here without me? Badly, my lord. Infallible ladyship rode in a footfall in the back of the famine, straight up began running the place our way. Things were just lousy at first, but then there was a real carnage. The dame tried to start an uprising, but he didn't stand a chance. People were starving. Having them enlisted in short of service for a ration pack, the rest were hanged. Reverend Hieronymus is the only one who's flourished amid this madness. He and his missionaries spend days and nights preaching until their throats are sore. It's weird that this incredibly minor character, who you see like twice in the game, has a portrait. I'm about the suffering we brought down upon ourselves. Almost like he'll grab a flame himself any day now. What scares me isn't so much his fiery sermons, but me being on the verge of believing them myself. The dame has let the station slip away from him. Plenty of people aren't happy about it, not least his business partners. Something happened to Takara, come here. You think that the Casbelica shouldn't take a hit because the old leech's ambitions? Casbelica mission highly values its partnership with you. Riz and I need to have a little chat. Your lordship service? Your eyes see through the pirate instantly. And you sense that the burden of her transgressions is so heavy it'll soon drag her under. Fear has allowed her malicious will to sink its claws into her soul and tear it slowly to pieces. Fellowship of the Void's wares? I can do this. Interesting. They actually don't have shit I especially want, is the funny part. Soul is full of corruption. And fallen in with the arch-enemy's forces, have you, Rizza? Pirate narrows her eyes. What's he like a ladyship now? And looking you could tell the wicked from the righteous? Suppose it's easy enough to guess a pirate has a misdeed or two to her name. No one's ever accused me of serving the arch-enemy before. You wound me, your lordship. As much as Rizza is trying to turn it all into a joke, there is anxiety in her eyes, and her hand is reaching unconsciously for something concealed under her shirt on her chest, as if she's trying to further hide it from your gaze. What happened to your leg? Got lopped off by a fan blade. It was an enforcer raid and I had to take the ventilation shaft. Ugh. Jesus. Dog just screamed at the top of his lungs, gave me a heart attack. Nothing more to say. Knew that. God. Fucking heart. Emperor protects, young von Valancius. What has brought you here? Perhaps you like to confess? Repentance is the first step on the path to redemption. Let me see. Found cryovaults with people inside. People who were murdered by your brethren. It is done on my orders. All my life I have been a confessor to lost souls. And let me make my own confession to you. I seek no forgiveness or understanding. I only want to tell the truth. Aspis Bastal Cholda had imprisoned her heirs in those cryovaults to stop them from challenging her authority. Incendia was among them. My fellow faithful chanced upon these ice crypts. Aspis's wicked design horrified them. And I thought if St. Drusus had died a martyr's death to be resurrected in faith, perhaps another could follow in his footsteps. I chose Incendia. As full of worms as her innermost soul was, it had not rotted completely. As for the others, I put them to death, for thousands of years of suffering would not have been enough to cleanse the stench and rot from their cursed souls. I sabotaged Incendia's cryovault, and she spent 3 years conscious, blind and helpless. My brothers and sisters recited prayers over her prison. Plant the seed of faith in the soil I had weeded. I had the truth from Incendia and became her mentor, setting her on a path of service to his will. And that was how Incendia, the offspring of a felonious heretic, became his vengeful hand striking down enemies of the Imperium, cost of the evil I had done. That's not even close to how that's supposed to work, jackass. You can't torture someone into being faithful. That's against faith. And a liar and a murderer as well. You're accusing me. Do not omit any of my crimes, for I will not deny them. My confession is over. Reverend, you carry the seed of vice within you. Repent before it sprouts. Creature does not argue. He knows your words to be true. Hieronymus sighs heavily and is silent for a while. And he replies in a hollow voice. All my life I have been a confessor to lost souls. Let me make my own confession to you. The blood of House Chorda is on my hands. Yeah, I know about this. Alright, we're... yeah. Help you overthrow Chorda. Your second of her continued rule cost the lives of hundreds of innocent people. Glad you're with us, your lordship. A fight we must be well prepared for. As a colleague of mine used to say, if your brain doesn't hurt from all that thinking of where to hide, it'll discover even your skull isn't thick enough once the fight is on. Which sounds especially ironic considering how he died. I'd like to ask your opinion on how prepared we are to entertain Lady Incendia. Let's see. Perhaps some of those gathering here will support us. Resist people, Hieronymus' zealots, and Octavia's regulars. Use whomever we can get. It may be worth fortifying a position. Yeah, let me go take a look around about that. Hieronymus. Reverend, I want to stop Incendia. Help me. You're openly declaring your intent to move against an actor of the Emperor's justice. Why should I, her mentor in the faith, help you commit this act of treachery? Let me see. Say it yourself, no one is pure, including yourself and your brethren. Her justice will not pass you by, you'll perish too. St. Drusus is a doctrine of redemption, but Incendia has forgotten about that. What else may she have forgotten? The law of the Imperium is harsh, but not every transgression is punishable by death. Incendia thinks herself above the law, and that is heresy. That one, actually. You are right, actually. Yet, all our lives belong to the Emperor, and no one has the right to needlessly take them away from him. People who, in this dark hour, could have atoned in battle against the enemies of humanity are instead perishing senselessly, robbed of their privilege to serve the Emperor. Incendia thinks herself above him, and that is an egregious crime. Now do you banish my doubt, or do what must be done? St. Drusus' faithful will aid you in battle. Let's talk to Riza. Riza? Octaviana, plan to stop Court at Chorda. Your help would be welcome. By we you mean by you and Vladim? He always was a plan. Certainly not always the best plan. Why should I trust in your idea? I like this one. Help me, I'll let you use my name for commercial purposes. The Adeptus Amesicus, favorite bar of Rogue Trader von Valancius. Generous prize? It is generous, your lordship. Very generous. You don't all get killed, the Amesicus will be flooded with thrones. Alright, then it's a deal. There's one condition. Write me a document saying your heirs have no right to go back on the promise. That is good. Get it in writing. You are very smart. I appreciate that.
You can understand this doesn't work. There'll be a new rogue trader von Valancius in the very near future. Octaviana, I don't have any heirs right now. I was literally the only heir, and I don't have kids. Maybe someday. I don't have any fighters, but I do have a shipment of Xenos weapons. Lethal, no guarantee of quality. Figuring out how it even works is tricky enough. Still beats the junk Vladame's thugs are armed with, and have around on the house. Riza? Vladame needs your help. Your lordship, his so-called plan is nothing but the death throes of a cornered and condemned man who's grasping at imaginary straws. The Chemo was once smart, shrewd, and wily, but now he's simply refusing to admit he's already lost. Honest dealers are no match for a rogue trader. It'd be different, of course, if we were strongly motivated or had a rogue trader on our side. Rizzo looks you straight in the eye, her meaning quite clear. I have more than 3 profit factor. And I'll lose it. Okay. Spoken like a cowardly crone, not a dread pirate captain. Don't talk to me like that, your lordship. Times we're living in, barely anyone in the Expanse remembers who old Riz is. I'm not getting any respect anymore. That means we need a reminder. They're gonna get one. What the warp? My crew and I take part in your little uprising. Don't ask me for details. Old Rizzo prefers to keep quiet about the behind-the-scenes workings of insidious and sudden strikes. Good to know. Alright, we got everyone willing to help, more or less. What's this about? Jay, logic this out for me. Menu system of the Adepta Domestica looks eerily similar to design in the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data in the void ship's cogitator left over from ancient times. Funny. Not useful at the moment, but really funny. Ooh, order the fuel barrels be placed throughout the room. Argenta? Good job, Argenta. Order a mine to be set here. There we go. When they come in, we're gonna blow them the fuck up. Let's save. Let aim. See no issue in letting Incendia know you're here. Get ready, your enemies will be here soon. Send my least important associates to the entrance to take the brunt of the initial assault. Thin our guess numbers. Without thinking, Vadame reaches for his pistol to check how easily it slides out of its holster. Then, he smiles. It's an easygoing, young, and bloodthirsty smile. Almost forgotten how much I love all this. There you are, lay down your weapons. No. We hear of the criminal Vadame Takara and his accomplices. Members of the heretic Vadame Takara's gang, lay down your arms and face righteous justice. Hang us all, don't trust them lads. May this holy soldiers bleed, down with the hangwoman. Hope you respond like this. Enforce this attack for the justice of Chora and the Emperor. Well, they sure did die. They didn't do shit to help. Flame rages in Chorta's furious gaze. She surveys the bar. The figure seems to exude a ruthless radiance, cruel like the scorching sun of a desert world. Rebels and heretics. I, rogue trader Incendia Chorta, master of footfall and defender of justice, am ordering you to lay down your arms. Harsh justice awaits those who surrender. An ignoble death waits the rest. Vadame takes out his pistol slowly and says in lazy drawl, Incendia Chorta, I, Vladame the Vakemo, ordering you to get off my turf before I blow your brains out and throw your corpse for a loop. Hieronymus, can you talk her down? Incendia, my daughter, I am at a loss. You're pursuing a noble goal, yet seeds of horror sprout where you have trodden. Where you have executed one heretic, 3 more are created by the fear you inspire. The Emperor's justice must fill your hearts with fervor and reverence, but you only sow grief and misery. Schemes of humanity's enemies take root easily in such soil. Then you too have fallen prey to their deceit and trickery, Reverend. Was it not you who preached that mercy breeds connivance at corruption?
Well, as you used to say, none are unsullied. That includes you. And you! Now's the time to lay down your arms and come to the negotiating table. I do not negotiate with heretics or the dead. I like the idea of negotiating. As soon as an heir formally succeeds Lady Chorda, I will send a truce envoy to them at once. Leave me no choice, Incendia. You had a choice to remain loyal to the Emperor or to join the ranks of heretics. You made it. You're right, I did. I chose to remain loyal. Heretic. Her weapon drawn, Cabela inquires calmly, even respectfully. What would you have us do with your remains once we are done here, Lady Chorda? Arrogant wench. I'll have your remains strung up along with the corpses of your pitiful sect that has perverted his creed. Chorda. I know you are truly lost to believe for even a moment that the blood-spun web could be heretical. You are still able to speak after your defeat. I'll repeat my question then. You have earned an honorable rest. Boys, kick this lunatic out of my bar. Ha ha. Alright. So we'll have a Sister of Battle blowing them the fuck up. We'll also have a member of the Blood-Spun Web ready to kill them all. That'll also be really funny. And Pascal can be over here. I get the feeling that's gonna lack for me. I don't think I want to be that close either. Back here works for me. Open the game! First things first, that is the front line. Do not forget this. This is the back line, where you're standing right now, Cassia. The rear is wherever Argenta says it is, frankly. Oh, Chorda is also an arch-militant. Actually, let's look at some of her stuff. Integrity. Full wounds, soldier has 10 ballistic skill and plus 2 MP. She's not going to be at full wounds for long. She has an Inferno pistol and a Plasma pistol. Yeah, she's got all sorts of crap. Air of authority. Reveal the light. Argenta, bring it down.
High momentum.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in.
Time to rip Chorda to absolute shreds.
His contempt.
She is absurdly on fire. Yay!
I can still fight.
Alright. Mortal flesh is weak. Faith is unbreakable. I'm his punishing hand, his retribution. His inevitable justice. Ow. Pistol shot. Ow. Ow.
Judged and found.
She just takes 3 shots against everyone? That's really, really bullshit if so.
Let my fury rain down upon thee!
That is an absurd number of attacks to get for free because her health was brought down.
Let my fury rain down upon your corrupt way.
Yeah, okay, it's somehow... She doesn't... Are you fucking kidding me?
High momentum.
Jesus fucking Christ. There, she's down. Excuse me?
Come on. Are you Really? I have to reload. I literally have to reload because he just isn't moving during his turn. And she just basically took 2 turns for free for her first hit because I burst her down all at once. Yeah, that's fucking fair. Down your arms. Hieronymus. No choice, Incendia. Open the game. Try again, please. Alright, just give it to yourself, I guess. Make this a kill zone, rather than doing that one buff. Argenta, bring it down.
High momentum.
And firearm mastery.
Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion. Pain of this mortal flesh means nothing.
I think it means a little more than you're letting on. Considering it's killing you.
Everything with unshakable faith. I will endure.
Yeah, killing her all at once might not have been the call.
Let's make it quick.
Is he running away? Hammer of the Emperor. Shield of the... He's just mass buffing her. Yeah, okay, dude.
Been judged and found wanting. Another step towards
Yeah, okay. You blew those guys up. You're not supposed to have this many. Jesus fucking Christ. Argenta, rapid fire. The game cannot keep up with what I just did. Alright, now she gets her free extra turn.
Let my fury
didn't do shit to Argenta.
This be the warning to all who oppose us.
These also seem to be guaranteed hits.
You have been judged and found wanting!
So... Ba-boom.
High momentum.
Alright, Cavella, go deal with this guy. I know Argenta basically made the fight over already, but... There you go, Cabela. That's our baby girl. Go over here. Stab him in the neck. There, we win. I think I know what happened. The Psyker was programmed to just completely buff the fuck out of her on his first turn, but she wasn't there his first turn, so his AI didn't know what to do. But AIM surveys the carnage and says, dryly and morosely, "What a mess. Thank you for helping me deal with it, your lordship. Your help has been invaluable. The Casbalica mission will nonetheless try to approximate and match its value in the most generous of terms." He glances at Incendia's body and inquires with grim composure. Does your lordship have any preference in regard to what should be done with the remains of the lady? Transported to the domain of House Chorda, untouched. Overcoming the desire to spit on Incendia's corpse, clearly manifested on his face, Bladaim turns from the thug into a cold bureaucrat again before your eyes. Says curtly to one of his associates, "Place the lady's ship's body in a cryovault and take it to a ship. Make sure no damage is done to it. No further damage, that is. Enemies, of course, but there's no reason not to act in a civilized manner." What do you mean to do next? Regain my grip on the station? Free the prisoners, give the merchants back their impounded cargo. Place the lowlife's ladyship when in charge with my own lowlifes. Take care of those of the station's sectors that are slowly dying in isolation. Of course, I'll send an envoy to the Lord Inquisitor to bring him the news and inform him of my willingness to cooperate. I saved the Empire. Forever. Kinda. Realize the way Footfall is governed must change? I understand. Time of war requires Footfall's public liberties to be curbed temporarily. The station will cause you no trouble and will provide any help it's required. Communicate that to those partners of mine who've been lucky enough to survive Lady Chorda's rule. Hey. Yeah. Alright, let the enforcers leave. No, Butcher. Ladyships enforcers may leave the station, except those personally complicit in the killing of my employees, friends, and loved ones. Responsibility toward them. That's fair. Congratulations, your lordship. You have one less rival in the Expanse. It'll be two less soon, I assure you. I got Drusian, Casbalica, and Fellowship rep for that. Now that we've dealt with pressing issues, do you have any other instructions regarding the station's governance going forward? After all, Footfall's now under your exclusive personal protection. Honestly... we'll observe the laws more closely, but... Chorda's methods were overdoing it. Everyone present makes a sign of the equivalent joys and a prayer for the Emperor. See anxiety and doubt in the eyes of many. Recent atrocities are still fresh in the memories of everyone present, but no one dares question your will. Light of the Emperor will return to Footfall. One can either accept it or be incinerated by it. Not gonna go as far as her, that was barbaric overkill. Besides, I've leveled up. Oh, Pascal got injured. How the fuck did that happen? It's almost like the enemy got a free turn. It's really dumb. Yeah, that's pretty good. And I could be more agile. Argenta. Pick up Wildfire, actually. I'm surprised I forgot to do that for you earlier. Get some dodge reduction in you for agility. Learn how to kick, I guess. Get more skilled with your weapon. Let's see. Yeah, but, I guess this. Get you some more hit points, girly. Da-da-da. This, I suppose. Actually, stuff I can combo with Exsanguination, so that. Get your weaponing up. That's pretty good. Just be more agile. I'm not gonna be using you frequently, though, Jay. I'm just gonna level with you. Alright. Auto-striking Power Sword. Player successfully parries melee counterattack with whichever attack costs the least AP. Also grants 30% bonus to parry. Successful hit, and that's pretty cool. Daredevil Pistol. Let's get rid of these auto guns. They're not good. Inferno Pistol, good. Plasma Pistol. Duelist Uniform. Where equips 2 pistols, they gain 10 ballistic skill, 10% hit chance. If your ballistic skill's over 70, you get 15% extra dodge with this. Pretty good. Heavy Xenomesh, I don't need that extra. Ejection Adapter. Gain 9 temporary wounds from combat stimulants. Combat stimulants don't cost AP. Thorpe Boots. Adjacent allies and the wearer cannot fall prone, become immune to forced movement effects. Phoenix Gem. 20 Medicae, 20 Carouse. When the wearer uses a Medikit or a stimulant for the first time around, it costs 0 AP. Commissar's Cloak. Get back in the fight ability that costs 0 AP. What does that do? Encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stunned. Under the effective voice of command, they also gain 2 times their willpower bonus temporary wounds. Okay, I guess. Archivist Servo Skull. Designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner. Okay. Fellowship of the Void Fighters. They, sure did get fucking murdered right away. Yeah, there's a Court Psyker over here. This is just a regular Diviner's staff. Yeah, some of Vladame's guys over here as well. Nah. It's actually pretty decent, but I think only this much. And go to the... yeah. Head back to the atrium, as the Inquisitor, his royal inquisitorialness called me. You want to invite me to the next game already? I'm not gonna say no if he's offering, but like... I don't know, man. Oh, they learned from some of the mechanical failures of this one. You know, 3 turns for the enemy, or
not fun. Like, I'm not even a fan of legendary actions in D&D. Legendary resistances, just saying, no. And legendary actions, like, nah, I take my turn now. It's like... I get it, they want to make bosses actually survive against some of the OP stuff players make, but... that should be up to the DM. Not just random... add stats to this character to make them harder to kill. Yep. Apparently, if you side with Chorda, you can get her as a, as an ally. Not seeing any visitors, kind of being preoccupied. During it may sound, his lordship has no other way of meeting with Kalksar and then waiting to be summoned. Fair enough. Guess I'll have to go back to my ship, then. She's an arch-militant, which means she's at least useful, and she's got this kind of dual pistol build going. But you get her so late, you can't even enjoy her, from what I can tell. And also, she's just completely batshit insane. Talk to Jay about what happened. He's the one who should have some dialogue at this point. There she is over here.
Shireen, O glorious son of dozens of worlds and billions of subjects, have you come to converse with Jai Haydari about the sweetness of her soul? Or do you wish to speak to a trade representative of the Imperium? Well, does the guise of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse suit me?
Rug.
No wisdom can compare to a fool's silence. Don't get me wrong, Shireen. I am talking about myself. I should have kept my mouth shut instead of tiring you out with my incessant babbling.
Yeah, sure. How's your gang faring, Jay?
Like you need to ask Shireen. These Ashmags and Kashaz are tenacious. They lick their wounds faster than the Ajji themselves. Tora finally got an implant for her jaw. Now she can speak properly instead of braying like a toothless donkey. She's been recruiting strapping guys and gals too, because Falco culled our ranks. May the Ajji savage the soul of that interstellar piranha.
Did you want to reflect on what's happened?
Oh yes, Shireen. And here is what I think. Since the day we first met, I have been tossed about like a boat in a storm. Battered, dashed against the rocks, lashed by the waves. And then I was flung onto the shore, and a fabulous gift washed up beside me. A precious pearl of the deep. The Mercatum Tabula Officiale. And it was not fate, or the glitter of golden bubbles that steered me on that voyage. Oh no. I realize the power of those who hide in the blinding light of luminaries such as yourself, Shireen. The power that lies in being a shadow that upholds order and light by skirting around antiquated laws. I will become that shadow, Shireen. Perhaps I will even be your shadow. Not another pawn of the Kasbalika mission, but a shadow baron of the Expanse in my own right. A power far more imperious and formidable than any penny-pinching steward.
A Shadow Baron? Never hurts to acquire such an ally.
Then it is decided. Starting today, I will sail toward the future I choose. What a thrill it will be to ride the waves wherever they want to take me.
See you later, Jay. Pasky.
The only Messiah knows all. May
Alright, figured I'd check. Suppose all that's left is to go try to confront Winterscale.
I go into this stupid chair. Dennis, anything else I can make you do? Death Cult to the Reaper Emperor. Gain dogma for this. Who requires all redundant members of the community give themselves the land, allowing themselves to become a nourishing compost in which the sprouts of future prosperity will bloom. Vial of Falsto. Start a combat where gains MP equal to their resolve. Where cannot be slowed. They have a dogmatic votary, they gain 2 resolve for each rank in dogmatic and cannot be immobilized. Wow. Is there, like, dogmatic locked stuff for everything, or just that one? Yeah, my presence is required, but fucking... That might have been the only one, actually. Oh, wait, no. Purification by death. Remembered in prayers. Allies gain 5 willpower and 1 resolve. In the Expanse's darkest hours, convicts may take the martyr shift and descend into the mines, never to resurface, thereby clearing their name. Yeah, palaces for the outcasts. Blocked this stuff, which... I don't need that. Or really that. I think I would like this stat here. And yep. More efficient. And now I just have more stuff. Play the highest tier colony project on each of your colonies. Yay! I'm cool. Secret lair. Death Cult to the Reaper Emperor. Back to the map of the Coronus. You can corone this. I'm sure there was a word in what I just said at some point. Yeah, he's up there. You know, now seems like a good time to fuck off to the Imperium, you know? Nah, I do actually know what happens if you try to do that. Lord Captain reporting. Shortly before our departure from Footfall, a group of messengers in luxurious garbs delivered a strong box and several chests bearing the insignia of House Orcelio to the ship. Suppose the use of gold-clad servants instead of servitors was an extravagant attempt by the navigators to draw the attention of the rogue trader. Considering the incident on the capital world, the Enforcer officers checked the Navis Nobilite gifts thrice. Pleased to report none of them threaten your, Lady Cassia's, or the crew's well-being. Having said that, a closer examination of the strongbox by the tech adepts revealed a data slate. Go back to the Imperium, tell everyone about my exploits. I'm not done exploiting this place to tell them about it yet, so I don't know if that's the best idea. Is that your fellow wheelchair user? What is up? Thank you for following, Nick Does Wordle. Hi. Da-da-da. Closer examination strongbox by the tech adepts revealed a data slate with a vid message addressed personally to you alongside some kind of encrypted data. Dare not touch them without your instructions. What vid message? Show me. As you command, Lord Captain. Victus issues several orders, and the vid screen of your personal cogitator springs to life. Machine innards rumbling unhappily. Rogue Trader. Familiar, piercing voice comes from the cogitator's Vox system. You see a bloated face with sagging skin and a gaping hole where the nose used to be. We, Great Regent, are on to Orcelio. Send greetings and hope this message finds you in good health. House Orcelio will soon hold a grand council within the Palace of Atlas, holy relic that connects all navigators of our house. This meeting will take place not in the physical world, but in the world of thoughts, dreams, and visions. The only place to avoid bloodshed and decide the fate of the sacred child at last. Thanks to the Atlas, we feel the soul of the child is full of dismay. And yet the rogue trader's words bear a lot of weight with the child, so we may soothe its anxiety and lead the child down the right path. Path of accepting its duty before the house and ascending the Novitas throne. Hope you consider my offer, Ingoth von Valancius, for it is in your power to not only strengthen the bond between our dynasties, Multiply your riches at the same time. Gifts accompanying this message are but an insignificant part of the Great Regent's gratitude. The God Emperor protect us all. Vidscreen shuts down. The Voxmaster breaks the silence. Told the message has been relayed to your cogitator, Lord Captain. Hope the data did not get corrupted during playback or delivery. Didn't look like it. Decode the encryption hidden in the data slate. Yes, Lord Captain. Victus falls silent. The Vox transmission fills with scratchings of a cogitator quill and rustling of papers. A message of Silver Skull has been sent to the Omnissiah's servants compartment. Once the data has been decrypted, I'll notify you immediately. Be all for now. God Emperor protects, Lord Captain. Okay. Interesting. Urgent report from the servants of the Omnissiah. Managed to locate a second message on the House Orcelio data slate, hidden in the shadow of the first one. As soon as it happened, the machine spirit rebelled and started devouring the decrypted data. Acolytes of the Cult Mechanicus are performing the rites to appease it, slow down the process of annihilation. What should we do? Display the message on screen right now. Calm bead echoes with the furious clicking of Vigdus's augmented fingers. A few months later, the vid screen of your cogitator shows the recording through a wall of static. Rogue Trader? Lady Navigator Alina, the one who staged an attempt to assassinate Cassia right near Palace, politely smiles at you from the vid screen. And no doubt your servants would find my trace. They are far cleverer than the ones employed by the great regent of House Orcelio. Not bother to hide the venomous disdain in her last few words. Feel extremely awkward that our first encounter took place under such unfortunate circumstances. Truth be told, I saw a worthy person behind the lofty title only after Faith put me on the death's precipice. You hesitated to end my life. Despite holding in your hands, your noble deed gave me enough food for thought. Despite everything that transpired, I still believe we may become loyal allies to one another. Presume you already know that House Orcelio will be holding a grand council in the depths of that accursed Atlas very soon. We cannot ignore the call, for we are bound to it against our will. If you convince this Lady Cassia to reject the Atlas and break the centuries-old shackles binding our house, we could turn over a new page. Having said that, I will accept a different outcome. Should the child die, I'm not going to shed any tears. I'll accept any choice, Rogue Trader. My people have nothing else to lose. You could benefit from our friendship. There's an emerald among the stars of Martianus, my gift to you for sparing my life. Head through the store or arms and ants let ret and wise for the then. Very sorry, Lord Captain. Servants of the Omnissiah could no longer restrain the machine spirit's hunger. Hope you were able to see the vid message through the end. I will definitely need to talk to Cassie about what's happening. Is there anything happening on Janus right now that I need to be aware of? I got a reward. So that was cool. I have so much security, sure, do it. Should be a companion quest, probably. Oh yeah, I still haven't done that. Let's get back to the bridge. What the hell's Janrus? That's Heinrichs. What's my high-fact totem? There he is, over there. I think. There he is. High-fact totem. Da-da-da. Shipping and transportation. Tactical backpack. +1 rate of fire or strike count for any weapon capable of burst attacks. Yeah, we're gonna give that to Argenta. Speed of concentration. Additional 1 AP for each consecutive turn the wearer is not moved. Stack up to 5 times. Interesting. 2 temporary wounds from combat stimulants for... Yeah, I have one of those. Yeah, I can finally afford a bunch of your crap. Laughing God's Pendant. The Dance Macabre ability. Assassin dashes a straight line with one, da-da-da, opportunity, and skill percent dodge, not side with self, uses ability again for free. Cool. Breath of Purgation. What is this? Ah, it's Flame Shot. I'll take this Drakari equipment, I won't use it for anything. But I'll take it. Wizard's Badge of Office. Automatically passes any coercion tests. Oh my god. Kinda already do that is the thing. Let's ask Vigdis then, since the high fact totem won't actually tell me shit. Nope. I guess that's not... It's real fake latest news. Does I have to actually talk to Cassia, then has to start anything?
I have enjoyed...
Nope. I guess it's just not actually starting. I have to wait for the thing. Actually, almost forgot to equip Argenta with that. I'm sure if I don't do it now, I'll have forgotten about it by next stream. +1 fire rate has to be better than whatever backpack she has on currently. What does she have? All damage done except direct by 1%. 1 plus versatility stacks. Yeah, I think I gave her that because it was okay. Let's give her this new backpack I found. It's tactical. And now she has a fire rate of 10, so her ranged attacks do an extra 20% damage from that. This thing means her single shots all hit, and since she can now do 10 single shots... Oh yeah, and now with the burst, she'll do 20... Or, she'll do 10 shot... Oh, no, with the rate of fire booster, she'll do 20 attacks with her burst. Fucking absurdity. If you're having trouble with the combat in this game, give Argenta, Archmilitant, and a Heavy Bolter, and you won't have trouble anymore. Orbital critical systems failed to guard the vessel. Other compartments no longer spawning. The ship's falling apart. Lord just press up the bridge immediately. You fucking kidding me? What the fuck is going on? Turmoil reigns on the bridge, with officers running about frantically tapping the cogitator rooms, operators issuing commands into hissing voxcasters, and enforcers brandishing and checking their weapons. When the Master Helmsman looks curiously unperturbed, his ever-scowling face clearly cannot hold any more grim dissatisfaction. Glad you made it here in one piece, your lordship. Crew's running ship damage control procedures. Situation's been recording the ship's log is critical. Mr. Salback and I are temporarily in charge of the bridge. Organizing technical staff while Jocasta musters the enforcers. Honorable Vox and Infernus Masters have departed for the affected compartments to take charge of their subordinates, but remain present on the Vox line. What the fuck is happening? Your comm beat springs to life. Infernus Master speaking. There have been several large explosions throughout the ship. Cascading blackouts knocked out lighting, transportation lines, air filtration, heat control across the entire vessel. Multiple fires detected. All Infernus Guild forces have been deployed for emergency repairs. Save the ship no matter the cost. Right now we are blind, unpowered, defenseless, stinging spittoon, drifted around the abyss. Total volume of outages was nearly enough to turn us into an adamantine cask. Crew suffered heavy casualties due to explosive depressurization, loss of air supply in compartments, multiple fires and failures of transportation systems, and was getting worse by the minute. This accident or sabotage? I do not know this for certain. I'm convinced we've been attacked from within, and now more vulnerable than ever. Voice followed by a hiss from Voxcaster. Might have been a chain reaction caused by an accidental failure. The ship is old. Still a thing can happen. Commend Mr. Salback's vigilance. Probably at this hour. It was my retinue. Vigdis's voice breaks through the shower of static gushing from the Voxcaster. They're in their quarters are carrying out their duties when the incident occurred. Immediately after the emergency meeting, I'll summon those you request to the bridge as escorts. A high fact-total. Time of the accident, Danrock is on the freight line inspecting warehouses. Not been in contact since. We are assuming the worst. Come with a plan of action. Already put together a priority order for the repairs to the critical systems. Many bays are descending to bedlam riots, making the work difficult. People are terrified and think they're about to die. In addition, some decks have become inaccessible. Trapped crew members' time is running out. Sadly, the optimal survival strategy for the vessel does not include the survival of those poor souls. Let's see. Save the vessel. Enforcers must quell the riots and ensure the work is done. Rescue the crew members from damaged compartments. Either we all survive or we all perish. Do hope it's obvious to everyone my treasures, trophies, and relics are to be rescued first. Everyone else come safe. Save the vessel. This is a hard decision, but if we waste any time, all of us are dead. We have to focus on making sure the vessel is stable, then we mount rescue operations for everyone else. Vessel first. All forces are to don full gear, spread out among the compartments, maintain discipline at all costs. Anyone dares distract the Infernus Guild from their emergency work, shoot them. Record this order, hand it to the servo skulls, and distribute it across the decks now. Sarahback's personal Vox bursts into life. Her face contorts with rage. She listens to the report. Been an incident on the flight deck. Mob voidsmen and laborers, despicable cowards all trying to break through the shuttles. Forces are holding them back for now, but the cordon is in danger of being overrun. The other bay doors and mind the shuttles. Trial has been pacified, Lord Captain. Clear demonstration for resolve. A few public executions have tempered their fervor. Revor shakes his head, gazing intently at the vid screen in one of the cogitators. Pressure's dropping. Bridge ventilation system is completely busted, Lord Captain. Humbly request you move to the officer's deck. The emergency headquarters are to be established. Bridge is no longer safe, so must ask you to hurry. But the tech priest is still supplying the elevator with power. My assistant and I will stay here and report on system readings. An emergency supply of void suits, so we won't croak right away, Emperor willing. Okay, not you, Jay. Orfar. The Emperor's angel shall come with us. I don't think he likes being called that, so I never actually call him that to his face, but it's funny. He's a big, hairy angel. Yeah. Damn it, Ulfar, did you exceed the weight limit? You can't possibly think that's on me. If it's on anyone, it's you. You are easily the heaviest here, even without your 3 tons of power armor. I'm fucking with you. It's definitely me if that's what caused it. Speaking of which... Ulfar, it's supposed to be your job to kick things for me. You look like you had it handled. I did, but for God's sake, man. Hurry. The elevator shaft has expelled you into the dim of the emergency lights. The smell of promethium and burnt flesh hits your nostrils, but there's no pain. Not a single broken bone. Not even a scratch on your whole body. If your body became as strong as your faith during the fall, nothing could have harmed you. Even the ringing echo of the crash, the lift resembles the glorious tolling of a bell. Pascal, see, is there something wrong with that shit? A miracle you survived. Guide rails lie in a twisted pile over a crown of shattered plasteel. The elevator was equipped with safety devices meant to stop the cabin inside the shaft, but at least half of them failed. Your fall was no accident. Look around. Smoke and darkness limit your vision, but judging by the stench of rust and unwashed bodies, you're somewhere on the lower decks. You hear the crackling of flames, groans, screams, and the rumble of falling beams coming from the distance. Disaster is not spared at this compartment. Bridge. Combi emits only unintelligible hissing. Either there was damage in the fall, or the communication lines in this compartment have failed. Guess we move on, then. Look, free shit. Cabela, get the free shit for me.
Death has whispered many names, yet when it got to ours, it simply stopped. Not here, not now, not today.
Faith rewarded. Yeah, Ulfar's got another level we should pick up for him. By giving him toughness, make him have so many goddamn hit points. His strength is up to 135. 50 of that is from peak condition. By God, is he huge. Give him peak condition and melee weapons, and you'll find something for him to fucking do. Okay, he can't one-hand the bolter, unfortunately. Even though they 100% can do that in lore. In fact, I think the episode of... Was it Secret Level, or was it... But no, they can totally one-hand the rifles if they have to. I tell you what, this is a pretty good place to stop for now. So, when we come back, we'll find out what this is about. Pretty sure this is the end of the Void Shadows DLC, considering the Void Shadows characters are so tied in, except Cabela doesn't seem part of it? No? What do you mean, no? What do you mean? Sorry to say, the answer is yes. You'll miss me, you really will? I haven't felt very missed recently, Bathwater. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. That's supposed to mean. Oh, you'll find out. I don't know. Maybe this is the first time you've said you'll miss me in like 2 weeks. I haven't felt very missed without you saying that you'll miss me every time. Anyway, I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. Thank you so much for coming. If you came, you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube. You're sorry, you better be.